Chapter 6 Protest Part 1. Lee walked with purpose toward the bus stop. It was only a 10-minute walk, but he was already running late for an early meeting in the old city. He needed to make up for lost time. He carried a small black briefcase with him. What it lacked in volume, it more than made up for in utility and portability. Besides, it's more than enough for everything that I need, he thought to himself as the bus approached. The bus coughed and sputtered as it lumbered to a stop, emitting thick black smoke and a vaporous sigh when the auto brake engaged. The once white sides of the vehicle had an old-style ad for a local dentist who promised whiter teeth with just one bleach treatment. The phone number was so faded that Lee couldn't make it out. Under the windows, the ad strips appeared to have been attached by hand and clung to the sides as if they might fall into the street at any moment. A video image flickered onto the strip closest to Lee, advertising the latest summer action movie. It was the remake of a popular movie released 10 years ago that the film studios down south were hoping to make another big payday on. Some things never change. An elderly woman with a grim expression on her face and a cane hobbled toward Lee and stood beside him. There both waited, under the sparse shelter of the otherwise abandoned bus stop. He couldn't tell if her vision was impaired in some form, or if she just didn't want to acknowledge his presence. Upon seeing the bus, she removed a worn pair of red glasses with cloudy, thick lenses and produced a small silver case from her purse. With shaking hands, she clicked open the case and pulled out an unblemished pair of silver glasses. Not long after she put the glasses on, the stern expression on her face molded itself into a crooked smile, showing yellowed teeth. Lee wasn't sure what advertisement she was viewing, but whatever it was had instantly changed her mood. He silently stepped around the woman and entered the bus. A blast of cool air from the overworked air conditioner helped to relax his turbid thoughts. The frigid air made him reminisce about how he had gotten started in his current line of work. Born in Fuyang, Zhejiang province in eastern China, Li Ma had come a long way from the small mountain town of his youth. At the age of 9, Li's father uprooted his entire family from China and moved them all to San Francisco. A reticent boy with a brilliant mind for pattern recognition and mathematics, Li excelled in the American public school system with ease. He found the curriculum mildly challenging, yet tedious when compared to the rigid academic and cultural standards of the Chinese educational model, but still put in maximum effort into his schoolwork. Upon his high school graduation in 2018, he was accepted to the California Institute of Technology, Caltech, as an engineering major. Like any other college student from an immigrant family, Lee endeavored to study hard in order to earn his degree, then get a good job. However, for Lee, his transition from the son of a poor Chinese immigrant to the son of a wealthy self-made business magnate would come to be a footnote in the biography of his life. 2 years after enrolling at Caltech, on a balmy September afternoon, Lee was walking back to his dorm room after a lecture when a woman approached him. She had pale ivory skin with dark auburn hair and intelligent jade green eyes. Her full lips were angled ever so slightly upward into a friendly grin. Even at his young age, Lee could tell this was no ordinary woman. She walked as if she were accustomed to carrying heavy things long distances yet her posture was straight as a board. Her clothes, snug pink jeans, a white t-shirt revealing her navel deep-seated in taut abdominal muscles, were too new and clean for her to be an average college girl. She carried a black backpack with no logo that flopped on her back as she moved toward him, indicating she carried little or no books at all. By the time she flashed a quick smile and introduced herself as Sarah, Lee knew she was not a college student. During that first encounter, they only exchanged pleasantries and some small talk before Sarah continued on her way. The entire meeting lasted less than 5 minutes and left Lee wondering who she really was and what she wanted from him. Over the next 6-week period, Lee ran into and noticed Sarah in the oddest of places. During his early morning runs, he would see her auburn hair bouncing on an adjacent route, slowing only to greet him with a smile and a sharp wave as she sweat and took lengthy strides to maintain her pace. While walking on campus, she appeared on benches and in common areas. Sometimes she was reading on her phone or listening to music. Other times she just seemed to be hanging around. Anytime he saw her, Lee gave a small wave, then went about his business. On the few occasions that he had time to stop and speak with her, strangely, he found himself doing most of the talking. Sarah was a good listener, smiling and nodding at the proper intervals, contributing her own perspective and jokes at ideal moments, and occasionally even flirting a little with him. But despite the fact that she was an excellent conversation partner, Lee didn't know much about her, for she rarely talked about her past. Without explicit revelations about herself, Lee was forced to assemble her identity based on contextual clues he had gathered. After weeks of observation, he knew the following information. Age, late 20s, early 30s. Marital status, definitely single. Interests, running, Billie Eilish music, playing chess, weightlifting. He had seen her doing all of the above at least twice. Personality, astute, introverted, hardworking. He also knew she had probably grown up in nearby Orange County, and most likely had close family members in the area. He had watched her talking animatedly on the phone one day without her being aware. One afternoon, under a steely gray sky in November, they met for tea off campus. Outside, in the nippy open air, Lee wore a light jacket over an orange Caltech shirt and jeans. Across the table, Sarah sat in black winter leggings with dark red rectangles on the sides, wearing a cold gray Caltech hoodie. Beside their cloth face masks, steaming cups of tea had been placed before both of them. Lee ordered red tea, while Sarah had black herbal tea. At the proper moment during their chat, Lee disclosed all of the personal facts he had gleaned about Sarah's personality, background, and hobbies. When he finished, Sarah's face flushed with uncharacteristic embarrassment, providing a momentary glimpse at her genuine self. The real girl behind the mask. Seconds later, she recovered her usual cool facial features, lowered her voice, and made him an offer. She said she represented important people in the United States government. Her people were looking for scholars and young college students like Lee to help them get a better understanding of Chinese culture in America. She also explained how the coronavirus pandemic of that year had already claimed nearly 250,000 American lives, and that Lee's support could possibly prevent another $250,000 from being lost. After the pitch was complete, Sarah blinked her pretty eyes casually, crossed her legs, sipped her herbal tea, then leaned back in her chair, hands folded in her lap, eyeing him with anticipation. Her refined jade eyes reflected anxious impatience beneath their composed luster. Lee had been only mildly surprised by her proposition. He had watched enough American movies and read enough articles online to know somewhat how these things worked, without having experienced them firsthand. There was no doubt about it. Sarah was some type of U.S. government agent, most likely working for the infamous Central Intelligence Agency, CIA. They, wanted to recruit him because he was born and raised in China, spoke Mandarin fluently, and was an engineering major. He was also a young 20-year-old male at the time, which was probably why they had specifically chosen her, an attractive white female with jade-colored eyes, for his potential recruitment. They had thought of every detail: his school schedule, daily routine, even down to the cultural nuance of the jade eyes to remind him of his birth country. Had they really gone through so much trouble for him? Probably. Lee sat at the table as Sarah's eyes bored into him. The way her foot bounced in the air and her neck muscles tensed, Lee could tell she was very uncomfortable when she had no control over things. He did not want to trouble her, but this was now about him. It was his decision. With her true purpose unmasked, Lee wondered what he should do. It took him a week to mull the decision over. Sarah offered to pay a hefty sum in exchange for Lee's junior intelligence gathering efforts. She told him his talent as a brilliant engineering student and native Mandarin speaker would be helpful in keeping America safe. Lee thought long and hard. Though he had no need for extra money, thanks to his father's wealth, he found his engineering path dull and monotonous. When he was honest with himself, he enjoyed the study of engineering more than he did the application of it in a sterile laboratory or corporate office. Although it had been strange being followed by Sarah for almost 2 months, he had been able to figure her out with only his powerful instinct as a guide. Sarah herself had reluctantly admitted that to him. How good could he get if he actually had her training? He decided to find out. A week after they had met for tea, he contacted Sarah and formally accepted her offer. He had no idea that the decision back then would lay the foundation for a long career in the intelligence world. A career that would take him around the world, allow him access to society's labyrinthine underchambers, back alleys, and sewers, and culminate in his current position as Chief of Intelligence of Cereus. Comfortable in his bus seat, Lee's mind focused on the message he had received only an hour prior. Could it really be happening? Order 5428? After all of these years, he never thought it would occur so unexpectedly. No training scenario or exercise had prepared him or any of his colleagues for this situation. And now, essentially, they were all flying blind. He rubbed his temples with his fingers in a circular motion to help clear his head. He needed to focus on who he should meet with when he first arrived at the Capitol building. Should he speak with the governor? Or maybe the mayor might be the better choice. He allowed himself to lean back in his seat and relax his shoulders as he developed a concrete plan of action. First, he needed to call a meeting with the state leadership in order to calm and reassure them that he and the organization had everything under control. Next, he would need to get on a conference call with the other remaining founders to determine how they could conduct an organized transfer of power and leadership to all of the Convilles. That will be the hardest part, and it might not go as smoothly as we surmised. Outside of the window, the bus sped past patches of open farmland south of Yuba City and was quickly approaching the newer suburbs on the west side of Lincoln. Most were single-family houses that repeated themselves in a uniform pattern after a block or two, with a few wealthier properties sprinkled in for those fortunate enough to be able to afford them. The entire area north of Sacramento had seen explosive population growth in the early 21st century. This necessitated a large number of homes be thrown up fast with little regard for how to sell them. And as a result, Lee knew that over 50% of them were vacant, with few to no pending inquiries. The thought and sight of the homes made him feel like a failure. If only we had intervened sooner. His moment of regret was interrupted by the distant chime of a bell from deep within his inner ear. The chime echoed softly, slightly beyond the edge of his awareness at first, but loud enough to make itself known. He had personally chosen the tone because it was calming and neutral, which made it easier for him to focus when he needed to use it. Identify caller. His thought triggered a prompt response from the device resting in the jacket pocket of his suit. Call from Rodan. A distant male voice spoke into his ear. Lee's neutral expression now gave a hint of uncertainty. With the events of the morning, he was unsure about the conversation he was about to have with his closest colleague and longtime friend. When he thought of Rodan Mitchell, the ox came to mind. Loyal, steadfast, diligent, indomitable. These were the classic positive traits of one born in the year of the ox. Born in 2021, Lee knew that the element associated with Rodan was metal. The elemental pairing brought the image of a detailed pewter figure to Lee's mind. Crafted with precision, but heavy and hard to move, especially if it was large like Rodan. According to dominant belief, oxen were also introverted, indecisive, and skeptical people. So focused on their gradual and unbroken march toward their objectives, they were prone to self-centeredness and sometimes had difficulty understanding and expressing their true thoughts. Lee knew all Chinese zodiac traits were anecdotal. They were based on thousands of years of Chinese folklore, superstition, and countless generations of parents' attempts to frighten unknowing children into becoming good people. Even with that knowledge and decades of lived experience, he still found kernels of truth in the old-fashioned beliefs. He had seen Rodan's personality and, at times, the trajectory of his life and career manifest just as the animal wheel of fate had ordained. Rodan, as an ox, was oblivious to these things. It was only natural. Call from Rodan. The voice repeated itself 3 times, providing Lee with a moment to collect his thoughts. Answer call. Rodan's voice boomed in his mind, inciting a brief feeling of nausea. Must be the new implant, Lee thought. What's your ETA? Rodan asked. I'm on the bus right now. Should arrive at the Capitol by 10:30. Gotcha. Just wanted to give you a heads up that there's an active protest scheduled for today. Is that right? What time? Our sources are saying around 1100, but you know how reliable they can be. Right. Peaceful or armed? Right now, word says it's one of those peaceful groups. Some tree huggers from Napa. I don't think they should be much of a problem, but we'll keep an eye out. Break. He put a mental stop in the conversation to consider Rodin's words. A protest? Today? Most peaceful protests were scheduled weeks in advance, and he hadn't read any reports or received any notifications from any of his sources about one this morning. Something was off. Continue. You still there? Rodin's voice pierced his thoughts and coincided with an abrupt lane change that the bus had to make. Lee felt bile surge up his esophagus. He swallowed hard to force it back down. Yeah, still here. Have they said anything about next steps? No, not yet. Still waiting on word from one of the big bosses. We still don't know which one pulled the trigger yet. Got it. We'll find out more soon enough. Okay, I'm signing off. Lee, one more thing. Wash your back out there. We don't know what's going to happen from here. I will. In call. Lee's eyes moved to the slim black briefcase stowed on the floor of the bus between his legs. It had been nearly 10 years since he used his service weapon while on the job. He stared at the case and hoped that he could add another day onto that number, although he had his doubts. In nearly 30 years of service with the organization, and prior to that in the military, he had received countless hours of various kinds of training. During all that time, he knew that his greatest asset in any foreign situation was his instinct. It was a skill that rarely failed him, and had even saved his life on more than a few occasions. Once again, his internal alarm was active and warning him that today was going to be a very long day. Chapter 7, Protest, Part 2. 30 minutes later, Lee peeled his attention away from his device and gazed out of the window as the buildings of Sacramento City Center came into view. To him, the downtown corridor seemed to open its jaws and devour the bus as it rumbled off of Interstate 5 and onto J Street. The morning sun reflected off of the shining glass window panes of the U.S. Bank Tower. Once a centerpiece of human economic progress, the nearly half-century-old building now stood as a fractured beacon among crumbling skyscrapers. Many of the other high-rise buildings that made up the city's skyline looked no better than weathered old apartment complexes and were replete with shattered windows, failing power, and dilapidated interiors. Lee had taken tours of a few of the towers over the years, and it wasn't pretty. The entire downtown area reflected old-world values. Obsolete, broken, ineffective. As the bus pulled toward its stop at the Golden One Center, the sky appeared to darken. A small patch of clouds blocked the blazing sun in an effort to stifle the heat of the morning. Lee spied discarded trash and food wrappers blown by hot gusts of wind tumbling down fissured sidewalks. The people outside of the bus seemed not to notice or care. Desensitized to the filth at their feet, they scurried by in haste toward some unknown destination, hands concealed or holding large signs, wearing improvised face coverings for obscure purposes. Some walked, others jogged. The scene produced a tightness in Lee's throat. He knew the feeling well. It was his body's physical signal of readiness, the equivalent of a warning sign in red letters before a hazardous road prone to rock and mudslides. While his bus decelerated, the roar of its engine drowned out the sound of voices on the street. But when it began to idle, and passengers began to trickle out, the unmistakable commotion of many vocal cords gathered in one place arrived at Lee's ears. They didn't sound happy. The protest. With a series of well-practiced silent movements, he keyed in his suitcase combination, unlatched the briefcase, and slid a silver three-dimensionally printed M1911 into a shoulder holster sewn into his suit jacket. He took extra precaution not to alert the drowsy younger man staring into his device across the aisle from him. His weapon equipped, he stood up and made his way off the bus. Lee walked with a brisk pace down a side street, eyes forward, yet scanning, avoiding small bands of people with agitated faces on J Street. After rounding the corner, he could see the backs of dozens of people holding signs, shouting, and shaking their fists in the air with vehemence. The throng of protesters was so thick, there was no way he would be able to take his usual direct route up to the Capitol. He needed an alternate approach. His eyes shifted down L Street. He could continue that way, but it appeared that more and more of the angry mob was spilling over onto the side street. Although his face wasn't very recognizable to the average person, he had been in the media a time or two in the past. Every time, it had been in relation to the organization, with each occurrence giving him more exposure to its enemies and detractors. I need to get off of the street. The tension seemed to be escalating rapidly on the other side of the block near the Capitol. I thought this protest was supposed to be peaceful. Hey, I think that's one of them. One of the weird commune freaks from the news. The voice blasted from a large man with a protruding gut and a full head of graying brown hair who separated himself from the group of protesters half a block from Lee. Let's go beat his ass. The man and two of his friends, both tall and lanky, advanced in Lee's direction, fists clenched, eyes of fury. Two held protest signs. The other appeared unarmed. Though he saw no weapons, all three looked like the type to fight dirty, and probably would not hesitate to use the wooden rods of the sign to beat him down if given the chance. Lee thought about engaging the three men and subduing them, but in quick fashion abandoned the idea. He couldn't risk more bad press falling onto the organization's shoulders because of his actions. Due to his textbook knowledge of the downtown area, the perfect hiding place stood out clearly in his mind. With long strides, he turned back in the direction toward the highway and sheltered himself in a battered old parking garage. Secure in his hiding spot in the shadows of the structure, he peered from around the corner, just in time to see the three men standing where he had been only seconds before. One faced in each direction. As a result of the exertion, all three panted with open mouths, like a pack of wolves on the hunt. They were drenched in sweat. It had consumed most of their stamina running down the short block. They darted their heads from left to right searching for him. From his place of concealment, Lee could read the protest signs. On the simple white board in handwritten red lettering read the words, "Down with Cereus, down with Limnic." The other sign read, "Give me liberty and land, or I give you death." From the signs, Lee's vision floated to the man with the gut. Then he saw the gun. The man gripped a Glock so hard that the veins in his bloated forearm were visible. So much for the peaceful protest. Lee's left hand slowly moved to the sidearm concealed within his suit jacket. His instinct caused his body to tense and sharpened his senses. It was a familiar feeling that came over him anytime he drew his weapon, even if it was only on the practice range. It reminded him to exercise extra prudence while holding the power to end the life. Lee waited for several seconds. 1 minute, then another 30 seconds passed before he dared to peer around the corner again. When he did, his pursuers were nowhere in sight. He scanned both sides of the street twice before returning his firearm to the holster in his suit jacket. Too close. A sound in his inner ear caused his muscles to go rigid. It was a call from his telepathic communicator, or TP-COM for short. He dropped his shoulders in a bid to relax himself and his mind. The technique took some of the edge off, but his body was still in alert mode. Answer call. Rodin's voice echoed in his head. Where are you? I got chased by some protesters, but I evaded them. Who told you this protest was going to be peaceful? There was an awkward silence before Rodin gave his response. Damn, I'm not sure who provided the intel. I just read the first report that I received. Oh, fuck. How embarrassing. I should have fucking verified that shit. Now other people might be in trouble too. Gotta think of a way to unfuck this. Why did I drink so much coffee this morning? I really need to take a leak. Rodin's unfiltered thoughts filled Lee's mind. It was giving him a headache. Rodin, your mic is on. A soft musical tone played. Then the connection went silent. Lee sighed heavily. As amusing as it was to hear Rodin's inner dialogue, he had no time for it right now. The mass of voices, screams, and yells from the protesters seemed to be inching closer with every passing minute. The melodic tone sounded again, signaling Rodin's return to the call. My bad, Lee. The volume of Rodin's voice was lower than before. It's okay. We need to verify that intel source. I saw an armed protester. Is that right? You think someone slipped us bad info? Yeah, and I want to find out who it was. Lee put a mental break in the conversation. Had it been Rodin's careless oversight that gave them the incorrect information, or had one of his sources gone rogue? He had made plans to meet with one of them that afternoon. Perhaps he needed to contact him now and request an emergency meet? The questions gave way to more questions, each one making him feel increasingly uneasy about the bizarre events of the morning. The only thing that he was sure of was that he needed to get off of the street. Now, continue. Can you send me a data map with the locations of the protesters? That will help me avoid them. Sorry, Lee. Network has been shaky since the order went out this morning, so no can do. The bass had returned to Rodin's voice just in time. It was accompanied by a mocking tone. You a super soldier, though, so you should be able to get around a bunch of lightly armed protesters, right? Compared to the shit you did in the war, this ought to be a walk in the park. Lee rolled his eyes and forcefully exhaled air from his nose, forgetting to mentally block out the laugh that resonated in his and Rodin's minds. You're right. I'm getting too old for this. Aren't we all? Might be time to get some of those happy augmentations and retire in a digital haze. You know how a lot of people do nowadays. I'm not quite ready for that. Not my style. Oh yeah, that's right. You Mr. Integrity after all. Lee became silent. The unmistakable sound of footsteps scuffing the pavement made tension return to his body. His hand went for his gun. After 30 seconds, the sound faded. He dared not peek around the corner. You still alive over there? Rodin asked, more impatient than concerned. Yeah, I need to move. I'll see you in, say, 25 minutes. Look, if you can't make it in under 15, you're gonna buy me lunch. Lee allowed himself to laugh. You're on. The tone went dead, signaling the end of the call. He pulled out his device and gave it the vocal command to open the map. A 3D holographic map of downtown Sacramento appeared to hover above the surface of the device. He rotated it with his finger in midair and mentally mapped his planned route to the Capitol Service entrance When he was sure he had memorized the turns, he closed the map and took a deep breath before he stepped out of his place in the shadows. Now or never. No one seemed to notice him emerge from the old parking garage. His eyes scanned left, then right, with practiced discernment. Years of training converged, allowing him to detect potential threats while maintaining constant, steady steps. The sirens of several patrol cars rushed past him. No doubt they were rapidly mobilizing to establish a perimeter around the block surrounding the Capitol Mall. Taking advantage of the increased police presence, Lee took long strides down 8th Street, then took a sharp right turn on K Street. Upon turning the corner, he witnessed a group of protesters throwing bottles, cans, and whatever else they could get their hands on at a group of uniformed officers manning a checkpoint. One of the officers, a blonde woman with an ample chest and a thin waist, resorted to secondary force in defense of herself and clubbed an angry demonstrator on the side of his head. He fell to the ground in a heap of sweaty flesh, no doubt unconscious from the unexpectedly heavy blow. At the sight of their fallen comrade, 5 of his friends became enraged and looked prepared to tear the woman and her squad mates to shreds. Lee's heart bled at the sight of the overwhelmed and, most likely, outgunned cops, but he had no time to go to their aid. His destination was less than 2 blocks away. He hurried down the street and turned the corner onto 11th Street. With the Capitol building in sight, he slowed his pace to a brisk walk. He was so focused on reaching his objectives that he narrowly avoided being hit by an old Tesla that was speeding away from the direction of the protest. Too many close calls this morning. The final push to the Capitol service entrance went without incident. 1 sentry blocked his path when he reached the side of the building. He was well armed, much more so than standard street cops. Lee wondered who he was working for. "You'll have some business here?" he asked. He was tall, with thick black eyebrows and a matching mustache on a dry sand-toned face. It was the face of one who had spent long hours standing in the sun for no good reason. Probably ex-military or local cop turned mercenary. Both were bad news if they fought for the wrong reasons. Mustache seemed as if he had been waiting for an excuse to draw and use his weapon all morning. But Lee did not provide him with one. With diplomatic decorum, he produced his Cereus organizational badge, signaling that he was a high-level member. The guard scowled in response, but allowed him to pass. The chaos of the protest continued to unfold as he walked into the building. The black service door slammed behind him, leaving an echo in his ears. Inside the poorly lit service corridor, he could no longer hear the screams, shouting, and the unmistakable pops and bangs of small arms fire on the other side of the door. As he moved toward the service stairwell, he questioned the details of the morning, wondering why the protest had become violent and who fed them the bad intel. He had a feeling that he wouldn't like the answer to either of those questions. Chapter 8. Strategy Meeting. Rodin knew he should close the browser, but his scattered thoughts wouldn't allow it. Research. I'm doing research. Words he repeated to convince himself of his work ethic and commitment to detail. The sustained half-truth made him feel better about how he had spent the last 15 minutes. Seated at his desk, in his battered dark blue suit pants, with white dress shirt and midnight blue necktie, he recalled his younger days as an eager and idealistic beat cop in the Sacramento Police Department. Serving as a police officer in the city that raised him was a great honor and prepared him for his current role as Director of Operations in his small liaison office for the organization. In those days, he was fresh off of his first and final enlistment in the U.S. Army and was keen to commence with the next chapter of his life. After 4 years of drudgery and embracing the suck, he returned to his beloved hometown and filled out a job application to become a cop the day after his plane landed. 9 months later, he was standing on the corner of Grant Avenue and Marysville Boulevard. Lean and trim, clothed in a crisp uniform, a shining 7-pointed gold star badge over his heart, gun on his hip, he stood on that corner, eyes gleaming, as he observed the traffic flow by. He had been fortunate enough to be assigned to North Command, District 2, Beat A, the location of his alma mater, Grant Union High School. Go Pacers! He beamed with pride on that day, and every day he was on the job. Back then, he embodied service for others over himself, often volunteering to take on extra duties or shifts to cover for his peers or just to become a better cop. His fellow squad mates called him Brain because he always seemed to know random details about certain parts of the city and would recite them to others, even if unsolicited. His knack for taking in knowledge was only rivaled by his steadfast commitment to serving and protecting his community, a neighborhood notorious for crime and drugs. In 2045, after a 2-week period of non-stop rain, the neighborhood had been flooded. Schools were closed. Elderly people, confined to their homes due to limited mobility, died. Hundreds lost their jobs or businesses overnight. Officer Mitchell viewed the scene with sorrowful eyes and a heavy heart. So moved was he by the scale of the tragedy and his unfailing obligation to all things greater than himself, he immediately leapt into action. He volunteered to lead a recovery effort that spring, mobilizing hundreds of hands within the local area and coordinating outside agencies to assist with flood relief, even going as far as to establish and head a food bank for needy families from within his dear Grant High. He had no idea how many lives he impacted or saved as a result of his efforts during that and other similar emergency situations throughout his first 3 years of active service. Little did he know, someone was watching. Lee Ma had heard about his Herculean endeavor to lift his beleaguered community up following a series of disasters, and, as a result, had scouted him from afar for an unknown amount of time. Lee still would not tell him for how long specifically. Eventually, when he approached young Rodin, he told him he was destined for bigger things. Things that would not only help his community, but potentially help move the whole of humanity and society to a better place. Always called to serve at the highest level possible, with great hesitation, Rodin turned in his badge and joined the ranks of Cereus shortly afterward. Sitting there at his desk, his thoughts in a jumble concerning the roaring protest outside, and his closest colleague caught up in it, Sometimes he wondered what happened to that slender youth. What happened over the years that had weakened his once fantastic brain's ability to absorb, store, and arrange data? Was it early onset dementia? Had he burned himself out too early in life? On some days, he worried he had been so focused on stacking disparate factoids and tidbits of information in the open space of his brain that he had neglected any organization of the vast storage closet that was his mind, leaving a disordered collection of unusable litter. He was the equivalent of a large obese man, confined to his home, trapped among piles and piles of once useful things. A prisoner of memory who had no idea where to begin how to dig himself out from among the clutter. Staring at his computer, these were the thoughts that entered his mind. Maybe this was my fate all along. Like many of his work tangents, his search began with purpose. He had been researching possible weaknesses in the perimeter of the California Capitol building. He worried about the security of the old building, hoping to find valuable information about how to protect it and its occupants should the protest outside penetrate into the building. How did I fuck up the intel report? After 15 minutes, he had learned various details about the ancient government building. Among them, novel tidbits he had never known and would probably never remember. Began construction in 1861. Granite archways, something, Corinthian columns. Oh, something about the American Civil War. Lead architect was accused of being a Southern sympathizer. Reuben Clark. Oh shit. Died in an insane asylum in Stockton, California in 1868. Only the last detail planted roots in the hard earth of his mind. The others were washed away by the rising tide of tasks he needed to complete, flooding his overwhelmed brain like spring rains inundating a wheat field. Rodin contemplated Clark's tragic end as he stared at the sea of papers and electronic document readers on his desk. I might go insane if I can't unfuck this. Unable to focus on his original objective, he abandoned it for a more attainable one. Find the previous year's report and hope he included details about building security in it. After another 10 minutes of rummaging, he still couldn't locate the intelligence report. Damn it, I thought sure it was here. He slid open a file cabinet to his right, only to find documents for the previous year that he had yet to organize, file, and digitize. He knew he should clean and arrange, but it always felt like there were more pressing matters at hand. This time was no exception. A ring from his desk phone interrupted his search and his thoughts. It caused him to jerk himself in the direction towards the desk and to hit his forearm on the side of the metal shelf. Son of a... He shut his eyes and let the throbbing pain dissipate, then reached for the receiver, arm still stinging with pain. Yeah? It's me. I'm at the conference table. Can you come over? It was Lee. He didn't sound like he had just navigated his way through a violent protest. Damn him. Why does he have to make everything look so easy? Rodin stood, adjusted his tie around his bulging neck and his pants around his curved belly. For some reason, he felt the need to up his game whenever Lee was around, even though he knew his glory days of youthful physical prowess and presentation were long behind him. The meeting room was so small that an old oak conference table consumed the majority of the floor space, leaving only small aisles between the wall and the chairs at the table. It always took Rodan considerable effort to navigate his tall, dark-skinned, 230-pound frame through the tiny room during meetings, while the svelte Lee was able to spend hours reviewing files and even conducting liaison meetings in the space. Despite his physical discomfort, their small liaison office in the state capital had become a home away from home after all of the time they had spent there together. When he entered the room, Lee stood behind the chair closest to the left of the head of the table, his eyes rapidly scanning electronic documents on his device. Rodan cleared his throat in an obnoxious fashion to get his attention. You made it. Rodan made no attempt to conceal a playful tone. Lee diverted his attention from his electronic documents and grinned. I did. What was my time? Looks like that lunch will have to wait for another day. Rodan laughed. The small smile that wrinkled Lee's face was quickly replaced by a straight line of seriousness. I'm looking for any messages that I received concerning today's protest. You find anything in the old intel reports? Rodan placed his giant hands on the back of a chair for support, feigning casualness. Nothing yet. Still working on it. Lee flashed him a disapproving eye. Rodan pivoted to change the subject. I just got word that the local cops are breaking it up already, with the help of local mercs, of course. That's good to know. Lee straightened his posture and rotated himself toward Rodan, displaying a hint of puzzlement that made him look even older. Which mercs? They were mostly the Hornets from South Sac, mixed in with a few of the fighters from Folsom. Rodan chuckled. The fighters aren't the strongest, but they've got some of the most advanced warrior bots in town to do the dying for them. Lee mouthed a laugh, but no sound came out. He knew Rodan was right, but it still did little to calm the voice of his instinct that blared with sustained intensity as it had the entire morning. The Terminator and his crew didn't show up? Rodan's eyes sank toward the floor. Not that I know of. I wonder what's up with him. He's usually one of the biggest supporters of the local cops. A pensive expression dominated Lee's face. In all the years Rodan had known him, that face usually meant that some revelation was dawning in his mind that would be beneficial for both of them. Though technically they were both equal in pay and position, Lee's experience and strategic brain made him the de facto boss, the producer and approver of most ideas their small detachment came up with, and ultimately followed through on. What are you thinking? Is it possible that the Terminator and his boys and bots have something to do with this? Rodan asked. Exactly. Otherwise, why wouldn't he show? He never misses an opportunity to flex his muscles or his machines. There's only one way to find out. Rodan reached in his pocket, produced an old smartphone with a visibly cracked screen, then extended it toward Lee. Smartphones were outdated tech, but they were much safer to use when communicating with potentially untrustworthy sources. Lee gazed at the phone suspended in Rodan's hand, hesitating, as if an invisible force had frozen him in place. We said we wouldn't use that unless it was an emergency. Despite the rising impatience that he noted in his longtime colleague's mannerisms, his doubt about whether to use the phone or not lingered in the air between them. Just make the damn call. Reluctantly, he sighed deeply, took the phone, and said, If we're wrong about this, it could endanger and possibly burn one of our best sources. Come on, Lee. With silence from HQ after giving the order and a violent protest right on our doorstep, I'd say this qualifies as an emergency, Rodan reasoned. Lee knew he was right, yet his instinct continued to silently tap him on the shoulder from the shadows of his mind. The Terminator had only been on the books for 6 months, and in that brief period of time had been one of his most productive sources of information in the city. His network and clout extended all the way down to San Francisco, the surrounding Bay Area, then up to as far north as the Comville and Chico. He, and others like him, were a big reason why the deconstructionist philosophy of Cereus had been able to survive against the daunting pressure of the old world after all of these decades. It had garnered them major land and property acquisitions that were then repurposed for practical needs like housing, community work centers, or places for social gathering. In addition to land conversion, it also prevented old world companies from demolishing dilapidated structures and building anew on the same land. Many of the people protesting outside held this as their principal grievance. The term deconstructionist was something of a misnomer. It did not mean tearing things down, so much as it meant preventing the need to erect more structures for the sake of incessant old-world economic expansion. Information from sources like the Terminator had helped move deconstructionism from the philosophical realm to the real world. But he wasn't always the easiest or cheapest person to work with. I wonder what we'll have to pay this time, Lee thought as he keyed in numbers on the smudged screen of the smartphone. The familiar tone of a ringing phone tingled in his ear. It rang once, twice, 3 times. No response. On the 4th ring, a deep voice that sounded as if it was being passed through a metal filter answered the phone. Hello? I could go for some Thai food today. How about you? Lee's voice came out clearer than he expected, fighting mounting nervousness. Sorry, you must have the wrong number. I'm not hungry today. The canned voice dragged his words, then, abruptly, ended the call. Rodan watched Lee, unaware that he was holding his breath. He noticed that his old friend looked physically sick after he removed the phone from his ear. Well, what'd he say? Lee looked up from the phone with sagging shoulders, a betrayal of his usual erect posture. I think our source has just been compromised. Chapter 9. Knowing. The sound of her feet scratching the pavement and her heavy breathing were the only noises apparent to her. Light clothing and a pair of worn sneakers were all she wore as she made long strides down the pavement. The heat of the morning on her exposed legs and muscled abdomen made no impression on her. Just the road and the thought of completing her daily 3-miler were the only things on her mind. She passed restaurants, bars, shops, and houses without glancing at their names or the patrons emerging from them. Didn't need to. She could almost run the entire route with her eyes closed. Her pace was so swift, onlookers expected to see some wild animal, jaws gnashing, teeth bared, on her heels. To her, the pace was irrelevant. She only wanted to move. Whether she was prey or predator did not enter into her clear-headed state of mind. As she rounded a corner to turn south on 5th Street, a passing cyclist, face deep into his device, emerged from behind an obstructively placed evergreen tree. She sidestepped to avoid the man, feeling rising irritation from his lack of awareness and her broken runner's trance. "Imbecile! Watch where you're going," she said, raising her voice with a slight Mexican accent. The man on the bike swerved, then skidded to a halt at the edge of the sidewalk just in time. He narrowly avoided entering the already busy street, replete with rushing vehicles on their morning commute. Relieved, he breathed a sigh of relief before noticing the woman standing before him. "Oh, discúlpame, Noé. I didn't see you running there." His eyes roamed up and down her body before falling unapologetically on her sweat-glistened breasts. Noé rolled her eyes, then reached out a hand to raise his chin with her index finger. "Gabrielle, hello. I'm up here?" She shook her head, smiling inwardly to herself. He had maintained a lifelong crush on her, an unrequited one-way relationship. One where she only reciprocated in private fantasies in the depths of his mind. She was sure of it. "Ay, Gabriel, what am I going to do with you?" Despite his constant ogling, she knew he was harmless. A loyal amigo de infancia who provided her with updates about her mother and her large extended family through complex familial networks she never had time nor patience to keep track of. Even though he was 6 years her senior, Gabriel had never quite gotten a handle on his vices and looked as if he were well into middle age. He was not a very big man, but he was tall. A beer gut swelled under his black shirt, like a Bosu ball placed on a flat surface. It did not fit well with his long arms, and when paired with his bad posture, made him appear to be constantly sticking his stomach out. His lips were dry, and his face lacked plasticity, hinting at constant dehydration. His only redeeming quality was his full head of black hair sprinkled with flecks of gray. Combined with the matching bushy black mustache below his nose, it would have made him almost look regal, if Noé hadn't known that he dyed it regularly. Gabrielle's eyes fluttered, then finally focused on hers. It helped to break the spell she had on him, and to return much-needed blood flow to his brain. "I'm sorry, Noé. You know I couldn't help it. Es que eres tan chula." His eyes showed boyish innocence, providing sincerity to his words. "Ya sé. That's what you always say," she said, hoping to strike a sarcastic yet playful tone. Judging by the sad response in his eyes, it was a failed effort. Gabriel smiled at her, as if he had not heard the comment. "She didn't mean it that way. Don't be so sensitive," he told himself. With great effort, he kept his eyes on her face, allowing himself glances toward her soft lips between blinks. In his eyes, she was an angel, perfect in every way. Blackish brown hair, feminine orange-brown eyes, a slender neck, crazy hot athletic body with a year-round tan. She could have easily been a successful model if she wanted to. But he knew that wasn't her style. Ever since high school, he had been entranced by her beauty. It was the odd name that first piqued his boyhood curiosity. Noelani Acosta? What type of weird name is that? He had thought. A few weeks later, seated next to her in their integrated math class, he had asked her this very question and had received a very direct answer. My mom is Hawaiian, my dad is Mexican. I'm mixed, came her blunt answer. From that day, it took several months. They eventually became friends, staying in touch even throughout her time in the military. When she got out years later and returned to Sacramento, Gabrielle looked her up again. She was just as beautiful, but different. Though they still hung out from time to time, he could tell she had seen some shit while she was in. Whatever it was, she hadn't gotten over it. So, what's up? Noe asked him, hands on hips. Besides getting in the way of my running route. Just headed into the market early. Got a few things to sort and organize before the lunch rush. Cool. Noe moved to resume her run, expecting the chivalrous flourish of his arm he usually offered as a joke whenever she passed by him. This time, though, he remained locked in place on his bike seat. What is it? Something wrong? Concern crept into her voice unknowingly. It's your mother. I spoke with her today. She says she really needs to talk to you. Says it's urgent. Gabrielle's words were delicate, like a doctor giving a patient bad news. Have you spoken with her yet? Noe folded her arms across her chest. No. Her eyebrows slanted, lips pursed. Her breathing became heavy again, despite standing in place for the last minute. She wanted to punch something, anything, and Gabrielle stood within arm's reach. Hey, don't shoot the messenger! He raised his hands in defense. She told me you haven't been returning her calls. And? Entonces qué? Come on, mija. I've known your mother a long time, and I know she's worried about you. He hesitated before continuing. She said she wants you to go and visit her. Noah's nostrils began to flare. She needs to hear this. She said it was important that she talk to you in person. A visible vein near the side of her left temple began to throb. It looked as if her head might explode at any second. Yet her eyes arced in surprise. She didn't expect to hear that. Gabriel shut up, out of consideration for her and his own well-being. Noe let out a deep sigh to relax herself, as she had been instructed to do so many times in the past whenever she felt overcome by rage. After several seconds, the wave of anger subsided, but threatened to return again at any moment. She managed a flat tone, hoping to sound indifferent. Okay, thanks for letting me know, Gabrielle. I'll give her a call today and see what she wants. The attempt failed. Nope, I'm still angry. Really angry. Gotta calm down. She began her breathing exercises again. They were somewhat effective. Gabrielle smiled at her effort,
I know you haven't had a good relationship with her, but Noe, we only get two parents in this life, if we're lucky. You gotta try and appreciate them while they're around. Although she knew that he was right, she couldn't bring herself to express it on her face. Staunch neutrality was her only response. He opened his mouth to say more, but before sound could come out, she forced her way past him, almost causing him to tumble from his bike. From over her shoulder, Noe said, "Buen dia, Gabriel." Her eyes scanned from side to side before she stepped off to resume her run. Gabriel eyeballed her glutes until she turned another corner and vanished from sight. It was difficult watching her struggle. Worse, knowing that she was going through it alone. He and her mother had always tried, but she never accepted the help. Gabriel shook his head, pitying her. Noe's mother sounded scared on the phone. Of what? She hadn't said. But whatever it was something she wanted to share with her estranged daughter. I hope you call her this time, Noe. There might not be much time left. Around the corner, Noe had been aware of the presence of Gabriel's eyes lingering on her ass while she moved down the block, but didn't dwell on it. Reasons for why her mother desperately wanted to talk to her crowded in her brain, making her forget his wandering eyes. This wouldn't be the first time she urgently needed to speak with her. What the hell could it be this time? Trying to set me up with someone? Or get me to join the family business again? Or could it be something more dire? She felt her chest tighten. The anger was returning again. It always did when it came to her mother. Noe was on the final straightaway of her run. A clear sidewalk. She increased her speed. The boost provided a much-needed catharsis from the cloud of fury hanging over her mind. As she felt her legs beginning to burn from the additional exertion, a small smile drew itself on her face. Her angry runs always gave her the best workouts. The fire from the creaking gas stove burned with a brilliant arrangement of blue, orange, and red. It danced in a controlled frenzy below the iron skillet Noe held with a loose grip over it, heating her lunch. A modest helping of synthetic bacon and eggs from a carton, or, as she liked to call them, fake eggs, sizzled, cracked, and popped, emitting a delicious aroma. Cooking them both at the same time wasn't the best way to take advantage of their flavor, but it was much faster and efficient. Standing at the stove, the undulating circle of fire before her sparked wildfires of involuntary memories on the surface of her mind. What the hell does she want? Noe's thoughts of her mother always came in brief flashes. An image of a little girl with arms outstretched, desperate for the kind of love only a mother could give. A teenager turning her back on a pseudo-repentant face. The hours-long arguments during her precious moments of leave. The final physical and emotional barrier erected in her mother's honor. Yet, despite the scorched earth campaign she had waged against her mother's sins, withered clusters of charred patches survived, igniting curiosity, bitterness, and sometimes, on rare occasions, hope. Mesmerized by the flames, It wasn't until the familiar smell of blackened food reached her nose that she realized her breakfast was burning. Shit! With a jerk, she removed the skillet from the fire, whirled toward the nearest open window, waving her free hand violently over the grotesquely burned concoction. They'll need DNA records to identify this. Smoke from the pan choked the kitchen air, filling the tiny apartment within seconds. Noi reached for the knob on the stove and switched it off. It gave her time to set the skillet on the cool side of the stovetop. She exhaled air from her nose, exasperated and hungry. Her ever-present inner critic raised its voice, berating her for subpar cooking skills. How will you ever be able to survive without the military or your family? It mocked. She clamped her eyes shut to force it quiet. It complied. A loud buzz from her device drew her attention to a small glass coffee table in the living room. With quick steps, Noi reached it in time to see Mom calling on the front screen. She stared at it, willing it to shut up with her cold gaze. It obeyed. The living room had one window, and light from the late morning filtered in onto Noi's skin. She stood there for several minutes, hands on the windowsill, letting the heat warm her overworked muscles. The usual view of the gleaming golden tower bridge sitting over the toxic Sacramento River greeted her. It was a distraction from the seed of worry taking root somewhere deep on the scarred frontier of her psyche. The instinct to destroy any attempt at new life there was strong, but she resisted. What if something is really wrong this time? She pondered, more curious than concerned. 15 call attempts in one morning was excessive, even for her uncaring mother. With a decisive motion, she faced the device and commanded it to redial. Her body became rigid, accelerating into a higher gear of anticipation. It was an automatic action, forged from years of military training, readiness, and general awareness of all of the dangers in the world. Although she wasn't in the mood to fight, she would be prepared if the need arose. Chapter 10 The Uber Shepherd. In the back of a cramped car, Noi condensed herself as much as possible in a failed attempt not to make contact with the older man sitting next to her. He smelled of an odd mixture of strawberry vape smoke with hints of shitty swag weed. She knew the odor well from her early days in the military. The old man's wrinkled tree bark textured ivory complexion twisted into grotesque shapes as he spoke directly into a camera held by his female companion. The woman, a probably once beautiful Filipina, looked to be about the same age. Though Noi could never tell an older person's exact age,
thanks to all the widely available anti-aging treatments. She held a camera in one hand, while encouraging Tree Bark Face to keep talking with the other. In their makeshift mobile studio, she was the camerawoman and executive producer. He, the on-air talent. His role was to say things that were supposed to be witty, edgy, and provocative all at once. He wasn't doing a very good job at it. Noe did her best to make herself small, avoiding potential contact with the man or becoming an unwitting guest on their live broadcast. I hate Uber pools, Noe lamented. The car was self-driving, navigating lines of traffic on the crumbling U.S. Highway 50 in short, sometimes jarring thrusts of movement. Must be an old model. The vehicles had come a long way from the early designs at the beginning of the century. But after several unfortunate accidents and general public dislike at the weirdness of seeing a car moving with no driver, the rideshare company agreed to post bodies in the driver's seats to increase the public confidence in the service that we provide. Their message online had stated decades prior. They called them drivers, but everyone knew no actual driving was involved, so they became colloquially known as Uber shepherds. The current shepherd was reading an actual physical book. From her disadvantaged position, Noe couldn't make out the title. She leaned to the side of the seat to get a better view. All she could see was a thick book and lines of words. A real book. How rare. He was an Asian guy who looked like he could be 15, but was more than likely around her age. I swear, Asians never age. How lucky, she thought. He was even a little more handsome than she originally noticed. With his black-rimmed reading glasses, stylish, loose-fitting button-down shirt, he looked like he would have been more at home down south in the Bay Area than up there in sleepy Sacramento. His appeal was only diminished by his dim-witted decision to use the front passenger seat as his personal office. All manner of document readers, papers, books, writing instruments, and snack containers competed for space in the improvised setup. Somehow, he had even managed to hang 2 neatly pressed, half-folded spare shirts on wire hangers from the door of the glove compartment. Very resourceful, but sloppy. You never know when you'll need a spare. The young driver's voice startled her. A set of playful eyes met Noe's gaze in the reflection of the vehicle's rearview mirror. The mouth wasn't visible, but his eyes looked happy. Noe let out a single breathy guffaw. I'm impressed that you were able to fit all that up there. It's either this or my dad's place. I actually feel like I have more room here. He laughed, but it was tinted with sadness. You headed to Folsom? Yeah. Noe's voice became soft and low. Gonna go visit my mom over there. He set his book aside in his office in order to give her his full attention. The old influencers, lost in their own personal illusion, continued their show in the corner of his eye. They whispered to one another
about how to edit the video, unaware of him or their stunning ride companion seated right next to them. The shepherd felt a generous helping of pity for the two. It's probably been decades since they influenced anyone other than themselves. Ignoring them, he focused his energy on her. She was by far the prettiest fare he had ridden with in weeks. He made a conscious decision to violate the unwritten policy of don't engage in long, unwanted, and awkward conversations with passengers he had learned in his early days on the job. You know, I heard Folsom is one of the last decent neighborhoods in town. I mean, one of the ones that wasn't messed up after all the flooding and earthquakes in the 30s. He rambled, unsure if he should keep talking. He did. That's at least what my parents told me. They're Bay Area transplants. We left during the height of the Exodus 10 years ago, only to move here. Which of course wasn't much better off because the same shit was happening. People just got fed up with dealing with all the inequality and lack of public services, you know? It really sucked. Noah's mind drifted. He wasn't saying anything profound or interesting she didn't already know. Her lack of interest manifested into an expression of absent-minded consenting, though she was not completely aware of it. A series of short vocal acknowledgments were all she offered him. Sensing disinterest, tiny beads of sweat formed below his hairline. Okay, be more interesting. I'm sorry. I'm running my mouth again. I know I can talk too much. No, it's all right. I was listening. A pang of guilt hit Noe square in the chest. Her mind had wandered again. It was a habit she had been trying to rid herself of for years. She sat up straight as she could in her seat without making contact with Treebark face next to her, who was busy using crooked fingers to manipulate the old smartphone camera. The woman had fallen asleep. You're right. Up here isn't much better. But even though it's a little run down, I liked growing up here. The shepherd's eyes bounced in the rearview mirror. She still wants to talk to me. Okay, keep it cool. He told himself to be less wordy. Gotta listen more. This is a real woman. You grew up here? Nice. Which part of town? Del Paso Heights. She made no attempt to conceal the pride in her voice. Cool. I've never been up there, but I've heard it's nice. His answer was breathless. Doubtful, Noah thought. The area typically had a reputation for being one of the poorest and most dangerous parts of the city, going back to at least the beginning of the century. Things only got worse as the years went by. The coronavirus of the early 20s and resulting economic downturn blighted the area right before her birth. Throughout the 30s and 40s, the valley had been hit by a series of biblical natural disasters, always arriving whenever overall conditions seemed to be improving. They could never catch a break before the next fire, flood, or rare earthquake rattled, scorched, or inundated the area. In February 2045, when she was only 15 years old, she recalled torrential rains falling for nearly 2 weeks straight. It was so bad, she had needed to go to her school, Grant Union High School, to get whatever food and supplies she could grab. The media dubbed these calamities the Great Disasters. To them, it was a sensationalist tagline, a pithy 2-word summary of a string of tragedies for eager viewers to digest as they downed their coffee in the morning or prepared for bed at night. But for select residents of the ghetto, Each one was a world-shattering event that forever altered the course of their lives. Thanks to her father's blue-collar work ethic and her mother's extracurricular activities, Noe had been one of the lucky ones to survive through it all, but she had not gone completely unscathed. Like a second-degree burn with fractured but healthy skin, the collective trauma from decades of pain had been seared onto her memory. The wound was a grim reminder of ever-present grief. As a result of these catastrophes, her childhood had been marked by longtime residents fleeing the area in droves. First, the Parkers in 3rd grade, followed by the Acevedos in middle school, then the Carvajals when she was 14. That one hurt a lot. Those were just the people she knew personally. The area felt less like home after that, which eventually prompted Noe herself to leave via the military. Guilt from the hard decision still lingered over her shoulder, like a low-hovering steel cloud threatening cold rain. She felt it upon seeing the faces of people like Gabrielle and others she knew in the community. The feeling left a dull ache in her heart. It was an affliction she had learned to live with, though she never truly stopped looking for a remedy. In the back of the autocar, the memory of her anguished personal history forced her eyes closed. It was her attempt at prayer. "Are you all right?" the shepherd asked. Her eyes flew open. "Fine." The feeling of tear ducts opening reached her awareness. She willed them to close. They complied. "How much further to Folsom?" Her unexpectedly hard voice surprised her and made the shepherd's eyes grow wide with surprise or fright. Noe couldn't tell the difference. He consulted his old smartphone. Let's see. My phone says about 20 minutes. They really need to get the middle console fixed so the passengers can see the trip progress." The place in the vehicle where a stylish touchscreen should have been was covered with a black makeshift plastic cover. The handiwork looked shoddy. Clearly, a rush job for someone in need of a quick getaway or someone trying to get out of work. It shuddered, as if it might come loose at any second as the vehicle traversed under-maintained streets. "That your handiwork?" Noe asked, motioning toward the center console. The shepherd laughed. "Nah, I'm horrible when it comes to fixing stuff. Must have been the owner. Guess he's about as good as I am when it comes to vehicle repairs." Noe exhaled a single laugh. "You're probably right about that. I reported it a few weeks ago. I guess someone jacked the computer." "This isn't your car?" Noe asked with genuine curiosity. The shepherd laughed, showing all of his teeth. The Filipino woman stirred in her seat at the sound. The old man continued to struggle with the camera. "No way. I could never afford one. Now that I think about it, I don't know anyone who actually owns a car. Way too expensive to find the fancy fuel. And all the old school gas is hard to find at a reasonable price. I guess we can thank our parents' generation for that." "Our parents? How old are you?" Noe challenged. "I'm 29. He continued laughing. I know. I look like I'm 15. I get that all the time." A smile found its way onto her face. "Wow, you had me fooled." "It's cool. You can make it up to me by giving me a good rating and maybe requesting to ride with me again?" Her eyes darted to his front passenger seat, then down to the device in her lap. She could see the shepherd's name was Van Tran. Only if I can ride in the front seat next time. She giggled openly and felt her mood lighten for the first time since entering the car. To Van, her laugh was like music. A symphony of pleasant tones from sonata to allegro. Sure, I've got a place I can stash my stuff. I don't do this for everyone, but for you... He consulted his phone. Miss Noelani Acosta, I'll make an exception. I made her laugh. Noe had been so caught up in their conversation, she hadn't noticed the change in scenery outside. The drab gray of the city had been replaced by houses with large lots with imposing security gates, providing exclusivity and privacy to wealthy residents. Large patches of green, trees, grass, and brush populated the spaces in between each house, adding to the character and look of the neighborhood. The place stank of money from unknown shadowy sources. Noe felt her foul mood returning as the car followed winding streets toward her mother's house. Van noted the change in her mood. He allowed a minute of silence to pass between them, unsure of what to say. A minute later, he sighed with relief as the car slowed near Noe's destination. He considered making a comment about the upscale neighborhood, but the look of bitterness on Noe's face as she stared out the window made him keep his comments to himself. Looks like we're here, Van said, less buoyant than before. Even great rides must come to an end. So true. She made a quick series of swipes and low vocal commands on her device, then looked up at the fuzzy mirror. Okay, I left you 5 stars and a comment too. Have a good day. Noe smiled warmly as she opened the door and stepped out. Van was nice and had done a great job getting her out of her head, but she hated dragging out goodbyes, even if it was with someone she had just met. And her mind was already focusing on the next task at hand. Facing her mother. Back in the car, Van watched Noe walk away from the vehicle. She was so stunning in her lemon tank top and fitted white capris that he almost felt a feeling of shame looking at her naturally tanned skin and curvy figure. He gave the command to open his Uber app and scanned the screen to find her comment. Nice guy and driver for someone who lives in his car. Clean your fucking front seat. Van laughed out loud.
Chapter 11 Mother and Daughter. Noe never liked talking on the phone. It wasn't something she had grown up doing, and it felt awkward every time. The entire process of it, needing to have the voice encoded and decoded by electric currents, only to have some phantom on the other end transmit a message that sounded like her but was not, made her feel impersonated. It was as if it was not truly her, but some doppelganger, a spotted crocoda, that stole her voice to speak to the entity at the other end of the connection. The distressing process felt inauthentic and fake, not at all like the real her. Noe felt the absurd personality feature surface in the form of a tightness in the back of her neck during the conversation with her mother prior to her surprisingly engaging Uber ride. It had been a brief exchange, with her mother doing the majority of the talking. Her phantom phone self mostly listened, while the flesh and blood Noe did her best to suppress the desire to let loose expletives and audible expressions of surprise. Her mother insisted on seeing her in person right away to discuss the details of a will that she was drafting. Details too sensitive for the highly monitored phone lines, according to her. She had always been an anxious and neurotic woman, her mother, but this new attempt at communication was a new low. If it was true. She sounded terrified. Noe went through every possible source of the cause of the genuine fear she heard in her mom's voice over and over again, but she couldn't come up with anything. Her efforts to block anything related to that woman out of her thinking brain had been too efficient over the years. But some instinct deep inside would not allow her to stay away this time. Her mind wouldn't be at peace unless she knew what it was. Noe agreed to see her through a combination of single words and vocal acknowledgments. It had been difficult not to let the old wounds open, to cover the cauldron of rage, anger, and sadness that had churned into an ungodly mutation over the years. But she managed it. Noe inhaled a deep breath while standing at the base of the hill in front of an imposing black iron gate that led to the smooth extended driveway up to her mom's house. As she exhaled, her mind continued to roll with possible explanations for her mother's pressing urgency to see her besides the will. She found none. The sound of several clicks, accompanied by metallic grinding, refocused her attention as the large gate began to slide open. Her mother must have noticed her on the security cameras and opened the gate remotely. The path was wide enough for a vehicle as large as a tank to pass through and, if given clearance, to reach the front door of the house. A scenario Noe had fantasized about more than a time or two. Presently, the thought brought a devilish grin to her lips as she marched toward the house. She felt as if she were climbing the stairs to Dracula's castle, like in the old Castlevania games. The thought, along with her burning legs and climbing heart rate, spurred her body into a state of physical preparedness. Her vision and spatial awareness were heightened, her muscles primed, as if she were about to begin a live combat military exercise. Always good to be ready when dealing with Mom. She quickened her pace to intensify the feeling. After a minute more of climbing, she reached the large circular driveway in front of the house. Landscaped and well-manicured bushes symmetrically placed around the perimeter stood like vigilant sentries around her. They provided a sharp contrast to the shaggy coyote bushes and Oregon ash trees that surrounded the property. A set of thick decorative oak doors were neatly framed by majestic marble pillars and gave the property a hint of royalty in what would have been otherwise a standard mansion. At least, that's how Noe saw it. Ever the queen. She rolled her eyes at the pretentious facade,
then extended her finger to press the doorbell. The hulking door to her right opened slowly, and a small woman peered out. Her bead-like brown eyes scrutinized the space around her houseguest, shifted from right to left, examining the environment. Sensing no sign of immediate danger, they settled on Noe. "Mom, it's just me. Will you open the door? It's hot out here," Noe said, with irritation in her voice. Her mother's excessive security procedure always took too long and was completely ineffective. "Check before you open the door, Mom." When she finally opened the door completely, Noe performed a perfunctory scan of her person, searching for any obvious signs of distress. Upon inspection, nothing seemed troubling about her mother's appearance. She looked, more or less, like she always did. She wore a dark blue dress, with pink plumeria scattered around the design. Noe noticed, though she did not want to, her ample bosom resting on her slightly bulging belly, her cleavage on display for all to see, as usual. Her hair was black and thick, with a strategically undyed ring of gray forming an arch just above her forehead. From a distance, it might have appeared as a silver tiara, but up close, it just looked like a half-assed dye job. For all of her frustration with her mother, Noe had to admit that she had aged well. The skin of her face had, for the most part, resisted gravity and appeared soft to the touch. Outside of expected creases at the lips and forehead, she had a few wrinkles, though Noe was not sure if this was genetic, proficient use of cosmetics, or because her mother rarely smiled or laughed. Her expression was eternally stuck between a resting bitch face and the scowl of a disapproving and/or angry mother. Noe never knew her to be fun or jovial in any way. A genetic trait she herself had surely inherited. From the doorway, Lily regarded Noe, performing a similar evaluation. She was thin. Not eating enough. Her skin was dry, even with a film of sweat on her face. Not drinking enough water and/or too much booze. She looked tired and overworked. Not enough sleep or sex. She was alone. No ring on her finger. She had no social life. Probably. My mother just knows these things. But her hair and boobs looked great. Both gifts from me. She kept her comments to herself, of course. She and Noe had never had the type of bond that would allow them to discuss such things. Lily knew this was her fault, but would never admit it openly. Her gaze moved to Noe's face. Her upturned lip and her stiff posture hinted at deep resentment, ready to burst out at the slightest provocation. Lily questioned herself for making the decision to contact her. The child still doesn't understand. I can tell. How can I ever bring her to understand? Will I ever? This is the best course of action. This time, she will understand. Noe's eyes burned with old and misguided anger toward her. Her temper and skeptical nature were hereditary. Lily knew that. She allowed a brief moment of pity to descend over her, then watched it vanish as quickly as it had come. Yes, come in and get out of the heat. Lily waved a hand, signaling her to enter. The circular foyer of the lavish house was decorated with rare and expensive flowers, placed methodically on the sides of the entrances to the great room, dining room, and hallways. Juliet roses, Molokai white hibiscus, and other varieties made the space smell like a garden. The mix of fragrances made Noe's head spin. She curled her toes in her sandals to keep her balance and prevent herself from puking. "You look good, Noe. Can I get you anything? Water? Juice?" Noe detected apprehension in her mother's voice. "What is going on with her?" "No, Mom, I'm fine." "Are you eating? You look like a stick." "I'm okay. I just work out a lot." Lily's eyes scanned up and down again. She wanted to ask more questions, but knew she would not receive honest responses. The thought would have saddened her years ago. Now, she simply nodded her head, then extended her arm toward the right. "We should go sit down." Her mother's voice was softer than usual. It lacked the fierceness and attack that Noe was accustomed to. She followed her into the adjacent great room, where they both sat on a surprisingly simple wicker couch with cushions. Its presence felt odd in the large space. As odd as the large gap both women instinctively placed between them when they sat. From a distance, they appeared as strangers, despite their shared facial features. "Mom, what is this about? You asked me to come, and now I'm here. What do you want?" Lily hesitated. "Noe, I'll get to the point. I want you to be the beneficiary for my estate. I know I've mentioned it before, but today I have notarized papers ready for your signature." Noe shook her head fiercely. "No, Mom. We've been through this before. I don't want all of this." She gestured toward the room and its surroundings. "You know how I feel about this shit. I don't want your dirty money." The anger began bubbling toward the surface. "After what happened with Dad, I just can't." "Your father was a good man. He worked hard trying to be the image of what this country made us all believe was the key to a life that was happy and good. And like millions of others, he was fooled and robbed of his life in pursuit of capitalist wealth. Ultimately, he died because of it." "Don't you talk about him like that! He did all of that for you! For us!" Noah's words came out with explosive force. Lily closed her eyes and waited. She was well practiced in dealing with her daughter's volatile temper. "I know that my life has been far from perfect, but I can assure you that the things that I have done over the years, I did with you and Victor in mind, so we could have a better life, free from the oppression of old world thinking," she said, her tone reasonable and soft. Noe crossed her arms across her chest and scowled. "Yeah, Mom, you can tell yourself that all day if it makes you feel better." "It's the truth. I'm sorry I didn't do a better job when I was younger of explaining that to you. I tried to make your father understand, but he was too well conditioned in the ways of the old world to get it. Through no fault of his own, of course. The economy and society of this country has always been a well-oiled machine with people as its energy source. That, combined with the efficient indoctrination of false ideals like the American dream, are one of the best ways to keep the entire thing functioning to destroy lives and the planet." She paused. "I couldn't just stand by and do nothing knowing that." Noe glared at her mother with narrowed eyes. "Don't pull that Chomsky bullshit on me now.
If your goal in joining and helping those fanatics all this time was to save the planet, equality, and all that other utopian shit, why'd you have to go build a fucking mansion on a lake? Why do you collect super rare flowers while most live in poverty and squalor? Silence. Lily looked away. That's what I thought. You're such a fucking hypocrite. The fire burning in Noi's eyes and her incendiary tongue had little effect on Lily. Poor child. Will she ever understand? Can she? Her lack of ability to influence her daughter's mood debilitated her, made her old bones feel weak and heavy. Baby, who among us are not hypocrites in this world? Just by existing in the design of the old world causes even you to consume content, resources, and everything else without end. I'm just honest about the things that I like and how I get them. Noi sunk her shoulders, exhausted from arguing. I knew this would be a waste of time. She stood to leave. Look, Mom, I won't assign the docs. Ever since you joined that cult all those years ago, you've wasted your life in the service of Cereus. I don't want that for myself. Lily looked disappointed, shaking her head at the floor. Noi, think about it. You were in the military, and ever since you left, what have they done for you? You risked your physical and digital life for what? For freedom that you already had before? Noi turned to face her, stung by the truth of her words. Lily continued. Cereus offered a solution to the widespread economic inequality, waste, and environmental destruction that was the norm in the old world. Trust me, I know it has its flaws, and is an imperfect solution for an imperfect world. But it's better than where we were headed as a species before it was created. She could see the conflict and doubt on her daughter's face. How to make her understand? Noi, I want you to take this. She produced a faded business card from a small pocket stitched into her dress and handed it to her. Noi received, then read the card with suspicious eyes. It was jet black in color, with gold embossed lettering. She ran her finger over the name, Rodan Mitchell. Who is this? Printed a space above the name in brie serif font was Cereus and a phone number. The card contained a gold crescent moon with a single arrow piercing through its center on the upper left-hand side. The figure was rotated at a 45-degree angle, appearing star-like, floating on the black surface of the small business card. Noi shuddered upon recognizing Cereus's logo. She had grown up seeing the symbol on her mother's mail, and had associated it with bad news for as long as she could remember. What's this for? He's an associate of mine that you need to contact as soon as possible. And why should I contact him? Noi asked testily. Lily sighed. Because I've just been informed that some of our enemies might be coming for me. And he may be the best way to protect you, should anything happen.
Chapter 12. Date by the River. Daniel stood motionless by the river, staring into the stillness of the water's surface. There was a lightness to his being that made him appear to sway in the gentle summer afternoon breeze. He looked thoughtful, almost princely. The wind ruffled his brown hair, providing charm to his otherwise noble stance. I wonder what he's really about, Jinhua thought. She observed him from behind a public restroom building near the river's edge. He's only a boy. I can do this. The desire to seek counsel with Harpreet was strong, but she repelled the instinct to pull out her device and contact her. No doubt, she had left her numerous messages already with hopes to experience her date firsthand. If her device was full of unread correspondence, Jinhua didn't know it. I want to do this on my own anyway. She felt tension-fueled excitement rush through her body. It made everything around her appear in higher contrast, with crisper sound. The hyper-awareness nearly caused overload to her senses. It took her several seconds to calm herself through conscious muscle relaxation. Another skill she attributed to her father. Feeling more relaxed and ready, she straightened her posture, then emerged from her concealed position behind the small brick bathroom. Now or never. Upon hearing the crunching of sandals on dry grass and tiny pebbles being scattered, he turned to face her. A wide grin formed on his face. Hello. I was beginning to think that you weren't going to come. Jinhua returned the smile while she brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. I had to take care of some errands for my dad during lunch, she lied. She had really been stuffing her face at Star of India with Harpreet and receiving pre-date advice, of course. How long have you been waiting? Daniel's head swiveled toward the river, where tiny ripples caused by small aquatic creatures disturbed the previously placid water. Not long, maybe 10 or 15 minutes. Oh, I see. A long pause formed between them. Daniel turned towards Jinhua, looking at her, almost through her, as if he were studying her in order to produce a detailed report later on. She felt the urge to cover herself up, but resisted. Instead, she stared back, mimicking his unflinching eye contact. This is getting weird. Maybe I should go. You're really good at this conversation thing, Daniel said, allowing himself to blink for the first time in what seemed like minutes. She put her hands behind her back, twisting from side to side, head bowed. Well, I'm not sure what to say. I'm just glad you showed up, you know? I know you just got to town. He nodded his head up and down in response. The motion looked odd. Daniel took several steps forward, then stopped about 3 feet away from where she stood. His rare earth metal-colored eyes began to glow as he fixed his gaze once again. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to embarrass you. I was just trying to make a joke. You know, be sarcastic. Make a joke. Interesting choice of words. No, it's Fei Hao, Jinhua replied. Daniel's face twisted with confusion. Fei Hao? What does that mean? Jinhua's hand raised to her mouth to conceal an involuntary giggle. It just means it's all good. Or all right. It's Chinese. I guess it used to be 2 words, and then people started saying it as one, or something like that. I'm not really sure. I learned about it from a video I saw online. Ah, I see. I don't know any Chinese. Are you from there? No, I grew up here. I've lived in Yuba City my entire life. What about you? You moved from Sac, right? Daniel's eyes appeared to blink at irregular intervals. His ratio of eye contact was completely off. One moment it was a stare. The next, his gaze diverted far, far away. It made Jinhua more nervous. Yeah, that's right. The city isn't what it used to be. At least that's what my parents told me. Yeah, my dad told me the same. He says with all the so-called freedom groups fighting each other, that a lot of the city isn't safe anymore. We used to go down there more when I was younger. But now it's pretty rare. On the opposite side of the river, 2 black crows swooped down near the shore. They addled around the rocky gray earth, pecked a few times, then flew off disappointed. Jinhua and Daniel viewed the scene in silence, seeking distraction from the stale conversation. This is getting awkward again. Maybe I should have invited Harpreet. She's the talkative one. Daniel appeared unruffled, an indistinguishable expression on his face. The sights of the river captivated his attention from time to time when he wasn't staring at her. So, I heard you're in a cult, he said. Jinhua recoiled from shock. Who said that? My parents. They told me that your dad works for the cult and that this whole town had been taken over by it. Said it was like a hostile takeover back in the day or something. That this whole thing wouldn't last. They used the words pipe dream. Is it true? She planted her feet firmly on the ground to suppress the urge to hit him. No way. Cereus isn't a cult. How could you say that? He maintained firm eye contact. It made his response seem colder. I just wanted to know if it was true. That's all. And I figured since your dad works for them, you could set it straight for me. How do you know where my dad works? Saw it on your social media posts, he replied, blinking for the first time in minutes. Oh, right. Pictures of her standing with her father, his associates, and other big shots in the area in front of their large house came to her mind. I completely forgot How careless of me. I see. Her tone lowered, but her body remained rigid from his insult. But still, it's not a cult. My dad and his friends help people. They just want to allow all people to have the dignity and respect that they deserve, no matter how much money or perceived value they have to society. The old ways turned everything and everyone into a commodity, into competition. Cereus at least tries to give people a chance to have the life they want without worrying about money. She realized her voice had risen to an unrecognizable higher pitch. All looks, no brain, the sky, just my luck. He fidgeted in front of her, blinking rapidly. Confusion seemed out of place on his face. It made him appear more human. What you say is valid. However, the conditions in the cities have shown the inability of Cereus' model to work with a large portion of the population. And it's not just down in Sacramento. San Francisco, Austin, Atlanta, New York City have all had similar issues. My parents say that they rely too much on technology, that the common person can't get in on the deal. That's why the Freedom Group vigilantes have been able to recruit so well in the past few years. You're talking about that Back to Humanity movement? Yep. Oh. Jinhua's eyes fell to the ground. She saw a trail of ants marching toward her open sandals, then shifted her foot away in a fighting motion. Well, I don't know much about that, she muttered. Just that a bunch of people don't want machines ruling their lives. Her eyes rose to lock with his. But anyway, that's not true that Cereus relies on tech too much. I see people getting together to walk, chat, trade, and live every day. People here and in convilles around the world care less about making money than just trying to be good and happy. Sure, they use a lot of tech. Who doesn't these days? But they care more about building relationships than building wealth. I've seen it. I've lived it. Daniel's hand raised to his chin in a thinking motion. One of his eyebrows arched with inquisitiveness. I've got him now, Jinhua thought. She continued her rebuttal. And besides that, the whole barter market and committee models are grounded in people being able to use whatever talents that they have to be better connected with each other, the environment, and themselves. How is that relying too much on tech? Daniel was silent. His face was passive, but the shoulders were slouched in a sign of defeat. Satisfied her defense had been effective, Jinhua turned to go. After 2 steps, she heard his footsteps moving in her direction. He wants another verbal beating, I see. I'll give it to him. Wait, Jinhua, I'm sorry. Don't leave, please, he pleaded. His lips had turned slightly upside down. The marble-like eyes reflected the most sincere remorse. He was sulking. Although her annoyance at his clumsy, offensive speech gave her cause for a swift exit. She felt the magnetic force of empathy preventing her early departure. Hands on hips, Jinhua examined his face and body language for signs of insincerity. There were none. What you said was pretty stupid, especially with someone you barely know. You understand that, right? He nodded, hanging head low with guilt. I get it. Those are just opinions that my parents have. I don't believe all that stuff. That's why I was asking about it. An out-of-place pause filled the air between them. Only the cawing of crows and insects buzzing filled the void. When he spoke again, some levity returned to his voice. I have an uncle who encourages me to try and understand the perspectives of others. He's older, so he grew up in the 2000s and 2010s. During that time, he said there were a lot of nationalist movements all over the world, and the internet at the time became a very polarized place. Jinhua shifted her weight to her right foot. Her feet were becoming sore, standing on rocks of varying size and shape. The afternoon heat caused the back of her neck to tingle, an early indicator of a sunburn. Both factors contributed to her peevishness. There'd better be a point to this history lesson. She feigned interest. And? The impatience in her voice was intentional. Daniel, sensing her irritability, hurried to finish. Okay, I'll get to the point. Long story short, he told me that the polarization led to conflict, economic, then eventually military, in the form of the 5G wars and the first cyberspace war. Said that all of it could have been prevented if more people were actually willing to really listen to the viewpoints of others, instead of living in the bubbles of information that their preferred news sources provided. Don't you agree with that? Jinhua softened her stance. He had made a valid point. Yes, I do. She swallowed hard. It helped remove some of the bitterness caused by his inconsiderate statement. You know, you really could work on your approach a little more, unless being rude is your go-to method for hearing the opinions of others. She quipped. The tiniest of smiles flashed on her face. Although she remained aware of her pre-date jitters, she felt herself begin to relax in his presence. Her preet said that's a good sign. Daniel returned a hint of a smile, then took 2 small steps forward to close the distance between them. Maybe I need your help to do it better. You really do, Jinhua smirked. Because you're a Fei Cha at it right now. Fei Cha? What does it mean? He said through small fits of laughter. It means you're really bad at it, she said in a country twang. They both laughed openly. Jinhua unconsciously lifted her hand, then jabbed his shoulder in a playful motion. The light physical contact caused his eyes to dilate. Their moment of joy seized. They stood in a soundless stare, each one's eyes searching the other for something. Daniel looked confused, but ready for action. Jinhua felt warm, her senses tingling, as she began to lean in, closer to his face. She was close enough to sense the heat of his body and feel the toes of his shoes scraping the borders of her sandals. Jinhua's heart fluttered with sharp beats, unaware of her overall diminished perception of time's flow, as she closed her eyes and inclined her neck upward to meet his enticing lips. Should I? The vibration of the device in her pocket broke the spell. Daniel backed away abruptly, nearly falling backward to the rocky shore. Jinhua's hand reached instinctively in her pocket. Red-faced and still worked up, she stared at the sky to reawaken her logical brain before she looked at the device. It's probably Harpreet being nosy and checking up on me anyway. A minute later, feeling more like her usual self, she viewed the message. What she saw on the screen caused icy fear to crawl up her spine. A tsunami of emotion and despair crashed down on her, drowning, choking. It was hard to breathe. Daniel saw her turn away from him, heard the low sobs coming from her, saw the long, straight, jet-black hair droop over the sides of her face, forming a cocoon of darkness. Jinhua, what's wrong? Did something happen? On Jinhua's screen, below Harpreet's multiple messages, were 2 lines of text from an unknown source. The capital letters conveyed the urgency of the statement. Something has happened. Your dad is missing. Please contact me on the emergency line ASAP.
Chapter 13, Urban Combat. A stray dog patted its way down a street in Midtown. He was a golden brown German shepherd with muscular haunches, accompanied by a face that invoked compassion and intimidation in all who saw him. His canine intuition was attuned to the street rhythms, allowing him to determine friend or foe with ease. It helped him decide which face to show in public, the only way he knew how to survive. The morning had been eventful for the mutt. He had made good use of his sad face to earn a good helping of synthetic meat from a family of 3 posted in a battered tent on the corner of Q and 21st Street. Just steps in front of the old Sacramento Bee building. He salivated at the thought of having his fill right there in the presence of the needy family, but thought better of it. The meat would taste better in the privacy of his home. Initially, He thought to take the most direct route down 21st Street. However, his acute senses warned him of potential danger, so he opted to loop around the block, take a sharp right on 23rd, then another on S to arrive without incident. Once on S Street, he passed an old Victorian-style house. It stood like an ancient relic from a bygone era. It was in stark contrast against the surrounding mix of slums, incomplete 3D printed homes, and modern offices. All of this detail was lost on the dog as he trotted, then stopped in front of the house. He tilted his head to the side, ears raised. The property owners always offered him good chow when he used the really sad face on them. The thoughts of a second helping of grub tempted him, but with his breakfast quickly turning to mush between his jaws, he continued his march toward the only home he knew. The alley had everything. A sturdy old box to provide shelter from the rain. Old concrete slabs, arranged like a small obstacle course, provided ready-made exercise equipment. And an old dog bed, ripped at the sides for impromptu napping. Free water was available from the runoff of a nearby air conditioning unit. It was his little corner, and it was perfect. Just around the corner from the entrance of the alley, the dog halted his gleeful trot. The saliva-soaked meat fell from his mouth to the cracked street. Without a second glance at the food, the dog raised his snout at an angle for confirmation, contracting the nostrils of his damp nose repeatedly at the air. Something was off. An unfamiliar mixture of dog sweat, wet fur, and a hint of blood floated around him. A low growl escaped from his mouth. On alert, he snatched the meat off of the ground, then retreated to a small patch of open earth in the small front yard of the Victorian. Paws, abled and calloused, dug a strategic hiding spot for his meal. He would return for it soon enough. He went back to the alley. Upon inspection, everything was in its usual place, with the exception of the fly-infested carcass of a smaller black border collie. The mouth was forever open, its tongue hanging out of it in a pool of its own blood. A mangled brown collar with a name tag had been ripped from its appointed position around the neck. Remnants of the once identifying mark were glued to blood-soaked fur. The German Shepherd approached the animal remains, sniffing. Upon closer investigation, an unmistakable scent informed him of the dog's identity. He had belonged to a group of people a short ways down the block. He had known him well. Memories of shared meals and physical pleasures of female street dogs flashed into his mind in quick succession. It was his friend, and he was dead. From the shadow of his box, 2 dogs emerged into the gray afternoon sunlight. The taller of the two, only by its pointy black ears, was a Doberman. The second was a chunky Rottweiler with slobber running down its mouth. Upon noticing the German Shepherd standing there, fangs bared, profile lowered, and emitting angry growls, they swiftly entered an attack formation around him. The German Shepherd lunged first. With animal velocity, he closed the distance between him and the flabby Rottweiler. It let out a loud bark, tried to swipe with the right paw, but the nails had been trimmed, and the attack was ineffective. Soon after, the former police dog's fangs entered the Rottweiler's tender jugular. Its body flailed from the force of the vice grip-like jaw clamped on its neck, shaking him belligerently from side to side. While the Rottweiler yelped and kicked at the air, blood oozing from its neck wound, the Doberman attacked from behind. Its first bite found its target on the German Shepherd's back leg, making the dog wail. In a reflex movement, his leg kicked backward, scratching the Doberman in the right eye. It staggered to the side, giving the golden-colored dog valuable time to drop the now lifeless corpse of the Rottweiler, then whirl around to face his enemy. The barking was loud and vigorous as it faced the wounded Doberman, with its body slanted in a pre-attack position. The dogs barked and postured themselves, each one paying no heed to their respective wounds, hoping to win the contest through intimidation alone. The Doberman had trespassed on his property and killed his friend. In the eyes of the German Shepherd, these atrocities were unforgivable. There was no mercy or redemption for him, at least none he would find in that alley. The sound of a single gunshot from close range caused both of their ears to perk. In the next instant, the German Shepherd witnessed the formidable Doberman fall on its side. A pool of warm blood flowed from the abdomen, a sign of another dead dog. The surviving dog's attention turned to the source of the deadly blow. A single man, tall, wearing a bald cap, held the gun. A sadistic smile formed on his old lips under the shadow of the visor. He held the gun with an experienced grip. His aim adjusted from the lifeless Doberman to the German Shepherd. Facing the barrel of the weapon, the capability of his hind leg reduced due to the dog bite, the dog knew that there was no escape. He let out a low growl and straightened himself in a dignified posture, eyes fixed on the man. It held his gaze for several seconds, unfazed by the possibility of death. Instinct told him to wait for the blast. Slowly, the man lowered the gun, tucking it away in silence. "You're a bold one," he said with amusement. He dropped to one knee and beckoned the dog to come to him. Instinct, forged by years on the streets, told the animal to obey or die. There were rarely few other options in his world. It limped over with great effort, letting out low whines and whimpers. The man inspected its injuries. "He's banged up, but salvageable. Come on, let's go." The man bent over, lifted the dog, then carried him into the adjacent building. He left the bodies of the other two to rot in the sun. Chapter 14. The Encampment. The building was old. It appeared abandoned to undiscerning passers-by. A patchwork of mismatched colors of metal, wood, and plastic covered what once had been the display windows of a hardware store, displaying crude graffiti art of local vandals. An overgrowth of healthy vines clawed their way from the sidewalk through the face of the building. Like jagged veins, they split the wood where a sign had boasted the name of the store decades prior, further diminishing its curb appeal. A single door camouflaged itself among the odd mixture of natural and man-made blemishes. It blended in among the sun-bleached gray bricks, and was only visible to those who had a need to pass through it. Like me. The man checked his surroundings multiple times in a paranoid fashion before entering the building with the injured dog. He waved his hand over the center of the door. The action initiated an unlocking mechanism, emitting a series of clicks from the door's interior. The man pushed the door open with his leg, then entered into the darkness. Once inside, the door closed with a slam and relocked itself. It took his eyes a moment to adjust to the dark entryway, but he could see dim light further back in the facility. The sound of disparate conversations and vibrations from the bass of a hip-hop song made his feet tingle in his boots. The man moved deeper into the structure, the light gradually increasing along with the volume of the music with every step he took. The crew must be all here. Good. As he moved through the space, he realized his right leg had become fatigued from carrying the surprisingly heavy dog. A prickling sensation gave way to small shooting pains, causing him to nearly drop the animal. Damn it. Augment right leg 50%. Within seconds, he felt a numbing sensation, followed by coolness, then strength deep within the leg. He could almost see the microscopic repairs occurring in his thigh at the cellular level. The sinews of his muscles sewing themselves back together felt like getting a good pump during a heavy lift. It was an intoxicating feeling. It made him feel powerful. Godlike. A grin curled itself onto his cracked lips. I see you found yourself a pet. Aw, ain't he cute? A dark-skinned man with a bulging belly chided. He wore dark green cargo pants, along with an untucked, wrinkled tan shirt and a partially disassembled M4 rifle in his hand. His name was Lloyd Owens, and the man had known him for years. A lifetime ago, they had served together in the army when he was a butter bar, quick to melt in the sun or under the heat of a hot desk lamp. Lloyd was a young enlisted troop then. They rose through the ranks of their respective tiers together until both retired from service. Despite their differences in their former pay grades, they had considered themselves to be kin and remained close, linked by the unbreakable bond of military brotherhood. Considering Lloyd's comment about the dog, the man recalled a memory of Lloyd as a young soldier. Even back then, he was fat by military standards. Lloyd never seemed to care. Neither did Big Green. The dark complexion of his skin, the folds of his butt chin, the gentle sloping contours of his face, and his loud mouth constantly spewing random bullshit reminded all of the members of his platoon of a walking, talking ass. And from that day forward, like stink-on shit, his nickname never left him. Fuck you, Cheeks, the man replied, his tone facetious. Where's that damn doc? I want to get him patched up. You a dog lover now, huh, sir? Cheeks laughed. Didn't think you still had a heart under all that machinery in you. The man maintained a serious expression, then burst out laughing. You're one to talk, my nigga. You the amateur botanist over here cultivating all them dead weeds and vines outside. Hey, gotta respect Mother Nature, right? Ain't that part of the philosophy? Cheeks snickered. Anyway, I think I saw the doc by the loading bay. He looked bored when I last saw him, so he'll probably be happy to have some business, even if it has 4 legs instead of 3. He cupped his manhood over his pants while thrusting his hips forward. 2 younger soldiers noticed the movement, then howled with laughter, imitating the crude gesture. The man shook his head, smiling, then continued his way toward the back of the building. He made a concerted effort to greet all of the men that entered into his field of vision. The place had a feel and look of a contingency operation, with all of the necessary tech, gear, and weapons to match. It wasn't much, but it was a fitting home for him and his men. In an instant, Mariah Carey's Always Be My Baby began to blast from the suspended speakers in the back of the building. Cheeks' voice came over the loudspeaker.
"This will go out to the Colonel and his new friend,"
a voice shouted. "Oh, come on, turn that old man music off." The voice came from a young man with a cocoa complexion. From his seat on the crate of old field rations, dressed in a dark brown t-shirt, gray tactical pants, and newly issued matching colored boots, he eyed Cheeks from across the bustle of the indoor encampment. Under his nose, he had groomed a carefully aligned mustache. It made him look a little older than more senior members thought he was, but did little to disguise his inexperienced eyes from Cheeks, his mentor, and model for all things related to military matters. Born Kamir Shaw, Cheeks found this name too basic for the youth, so he nicknamed him Spazer, after the laser by the same name in the old Super Metroid game. The beam was thin and weak, splitting into 3 lines whenever it was fired. Cheeks reasoned that the 3 lines represented the young man's distinct identities as a soldier, gentleman, and smart guy. See the word scholar in army speak. Kamir, having never seen or played the outdated game, never understood the reference, but accepted it all the same. It was a small token of respect from someone he looked up to, and a sign of his complete integration into the unit.
"Oh, what do you know, Spazer?"
Cheeks shouted over the loudspeaker.
"This song is decades older and wiser than you."
Spazer shook his head, making a dismissive hand gesture. The colonel made a sound of mocking disapproval with his tongue at the young man, smiling. "This song is a classic," Spazer replied. "My bad, sir. It's just that this is music my grandma used to listen to, and I ain't heard it in a minute. Brings back memories." "Good ones, I hope." "Yeah, mostly." His somber face betrayed his words as he turned his attention back to cleaning his rifle. The colonel wanted to say more, but his arms were burning from carrying the dog. "Can't use another augmentation right now. Don't want to burn out for the day." With longer strides, he weaved his way through stacks of tan crates filled with an assortment of munitions, tactical field supplies, and weapons. Along the way, he passed the bars of a field brig. He had welded the bars of the cage to the floor and ceiling himself. It was small, with enough space for only 2 prisoners comfortably. There was no water. Only a dual-function bucket for washing and waste. He had ordered an old military cot to be placed next to the bucket, but it was on back order. Any future prisoner would find themselves sleeping on the cold concrete. Not a comfortable situation. Across from the field prison, a set of thin, green, olive-colored curtains led to a small field clinic. The colonel shouldered his way in. His arms were tingling from holding the mutt, but he gave no indication of pain on his face. The doctor hadn't noticed him enter the diminutive office. A state-of-the-art medical examination bed took up nearly the entire space of the clinic, leaving only room for a spinning stool and a folding table with medical supplies on top of and under it. The doctor's slim figure appeared to be swallowed by his white medical coat. His arms extended to his knees. The hair, black and long, tied up into a ponytail. Everything about him looked stretched out, including his bespectacled face. His slender fingers, meticulously groomed and trimmed, manipulated holographic blocks in the air. Stacking the colored shapes consumed his concentration as he mouthed the words to Mariah Carey's classic #1 hit. The sound of the Colonel's boots broke his focus, causing the imaginary blocks to tumble before him. "Catch you at a bad time, Doc Santiago?" the Colonel asked. No, it's fine," Doc Santiago said. The voice sounded an octave too low for his youngish-looking face. His Castellano accent flowed like a melody from moist lips. Santiago looked at the panting dog in the Colonel's arms. "And who do we have here?" "Just a dog that I found on my way back from a meet. Looks like he's had a hell of a fight with 2 others in the alley." I see. Santiago extended slender fingers, observing the condition of the animal. "It doesn't look too bad." He frowned at the Colonel. "I've never worked on a dog before, but I should be able to download the necessary tutorials to help it." "I'll leave you to it then," he said, gently lowering the dog on the examination bed. He rubbed his arms to dissipate encroaching numbness. "Let me know when he's better." "Of course, sir." Santiago gave a deep bow, then set to work. The Colonel stared into its eyes as he patted the beast's head. The German Shepherd licked his hand while Santiago poked and prodded its injured leg. The dog showed no signs of discomfort or pain. Don't worry, we'll get you fixed up in no time, the Colonel thought. Chapter 15. The Terminator's Prisoner. The feeling of hardness was the first sensation to enter Li Ma's field of awareness. Solid cement was beneath him, cold and unmoving. The effect of the frigid floor easily penetrated his thin dress shirt. He kept his eyes shut, letting training kick in. It helped attenuate rising fear he felt expanding within his chest, calmed his breathing, slowed the throbbing of his pulse at his temple. I need a plan. Gradually, memories of the events preceding the ambush crept into view like clips from a fractured film reel. He began to concentrate on them with as much care as he could muster in his groggy state. He had been sitting at a corner table in a darkened restaurant, the smell of spicy curry floating in the air. His source seated across from him, the chiming of a device, his vision being swallowed by a tunnel of blackness. He replayed the events prior to that moment several times, wondering how he could have avoided capture. The urge to pity himself was strong. It almost paralyzed his thoughts. No. Stay sharp to escape first. Got to form a plan. Pushing the memories aside, he performed a physical scan of his body. Nothing seemed to be broken. Hard to tell on the floor, though. He started to turn himself in an effort to sit up, but stopped after he felt numbness, accompanied by a dull ache on the entire left side of his body. A pain he quickly attributed to the unforgiving and in some places uneven cement floor. His hands were bound tightly in field zip ties behind his back. The range of motion of his shoulders constricted. He dared not attempt more movement. Can't risk further injury now. His ankles were bound, though he could not tell with what. The restraint was loose enough to allow the flow of some blood circulation to the feet. Someone did not want me to lose my mobility, at least not yet. No major injuries. Good. Physical scan completed, breathing calmed, he kept his eyes closed. It helped him concentrate his hearing. There was music echoing loudly throughout the space. Must be pretty open. Laughter. Hints of conversations. A dog barking, then whining. All of the sounds seemed to blend together in a cacophonous manner, making it difficult to discern one from the other. A wave of dizziness crashed over him, washing away his concentration. Lee relaxed his neck. He realized he had been tensing it as he listened. He let his head rest on the cold floor. Got to conserve my strength. Whatever sedative they had given him still had a hold on his mental and physical faculties. Even tensing the tiny muscles in his neck made him feel lethargic and weak. He heard the sound of boots clomping outside of the area. They approached and stopped for several seconds. Something told him to stay still. He felt eyes observing him, captors waiting to see his next move. Stay calm, stay quiet, think. A revolutionary idea became visible in the rolling fog of his brain. The TP-Com. His suit jacket containing his 3D sidearm and his device had been removed. But if it was still in range, he might be able to activate a telepathic link and establish contact. Through a monumental effort, he quieted the background noise of his environment and his own anxiety to clear his mind, only thinking of the device. Activate device. He waited for the soft melodic tone that was the signal for a successful link. Nothing. Activate device. Still nothing. He felt his anxiety rising after multiple failed attempts. There's no point trying that anymore. A dry, masculine voice destroyed his single-minded concentration. Lee remained motionless, eyes closed, waiting for his captor to make the next move. I know you're awake. A slight chuckle echoed in the small space. People don't realize the way their face twists and strains when they try to use those fucking telepathic devices. He laughed again, louder this time. It's funny to watch someone use them, especially when there's no device to connect to. He paused for effect, to let his captive absorb the words. There was no visible sign of despondency. He's well trained, but I already knew that. This should at least be interesting. The sound of a click, then turning of old metallic locks, preceded the familiar squeal of a cell door opening. The sound of boots scuffing concrete followed. The definitive slam of the cell door felt louder to Lee's ears than he expected it to. He hadn't anticipated it. That scared him more than his vulnerable position on the floor of the cell. I never liked those things. Give too much away in the face. You should know that for someone in your line of work, Mr. Ma. The condescending tone was close to his face. Lee's eyes remained closed, even though he recognized the man's voice. The drug's effects were beginning to wear thin. He considered making a move. The reminder of his restraints, combined with his lack of knowledge about the layout of the place and troop strength of his kidnapper, made him forfeit the notion. The man had always loved a good interrogation. The subject was so vulnerable, and he could do whatever he wanted to them. Time to turn on a little heat. Look, Ma, or Lee, yeah, I can call you that now, right, Lee? Understand that this isn't personal, but we can make it that way and get your daughter involved very quickly if you refuse to cooperate. My guys are always ready to work. I just have to say the word and they'll move. Am I making myself clear? Lee managed to conceal a surge of fear. His chest tightened at the thought of any harm happening to Jinhua. His eyes slid open, an initial act of capitulation. What do you want, Terminator? He barely recognized his drug-induced voice. Even speaking was a struggle. I just want to talk to you as an equal. Is that all right? He said, smiling. Oh, and I would appreciate it if you addressed me as Colonel Kyler Drummel. As much as I enjoy the code name you gave me, as of today, you can consider him terminated off of your source books. The smile was undermined by the edge in his voice. Lee nodded in agreement. He studied Kyler's face. It looked older under the sparse lighting of the cell. Aged grooves from years of sun exposure formed jagged lines of darkness on his face. A permanent scar above his left eyebrow was a light patch of skin in an otherwise even dark sand-colored complexion. His thin eyes and full, yet dry lips had always seemed mismatched in Lee's mind. Both were indicators of his African and Korean heritage, but the man identified with neither culture. He was American, through and through, having spent his formative years in Waco, Texas, before earning his commission as an infantry officer through Baylor University's Army Reserve Officer Training Corps in 2032. By request, he was assigned to the U.S. Army's historic 1st Cavalry Division at the nearby base in Killeen, Texas. Throughout his career, he served in Mozambique, Portugal, and the Republic of the Congo. During his final tour in Africa, he was mortally wounded by an improvised explosive device during an enemy ambush while traveling between forward operating bases. His injuries were so great, he died on the operating table for 2 minutes. Field surgeons pieced him back together, replacing many of his organic organs with artificial ones, and swapping his crushed bones with metallic appendages. The result was a Frankenstein of a person, one who existed between the veil of man and machine. Lee could not fathom what it would be like to live with such a condition. But with Kyler standing before him in the gloomy light, his features partially obscured in penumbra, Lee saw the monster lurking within. A feral, red-eyed creature stirred from its cave, hungry, following a lengthy slumber. Kyler walked over to Lee and sat him up against the wall with surprising strength. The augmentations must be doing their job well, Lee thought. Sitting upright, he felt less dizzy, but his guard was still up. Comfortable? Kyler asked. I'll go get you some water. You must be dying of thirst. He exited the cell, locking the entrance behind him. Lee took the opportunity to take in his surroundings. The entire cell was no more than 15 by 15 feet in area and was enclosed by a set of thick black bars in the corner walls of the building. Rows of lights of varying luminescent capacity hung from wires and appeared to extend the length of the building. They provided very little illumination over the prison, although Lee couldn't tell if it was by design or just from laziness. He could hear two lidolls humming on the other side of the stacks of military equipment crates. The gear blocked his view of the operations, casting long, complete shadows over his cell. From his disadvantaged position on the floor, a set of green olive-colored curtains floated inches above the floor. A pair of slender legs moved back and forth behind them. A dog barked and whimpered beyond the obstruction. Must be his merc base. I need to get out of here. Kyler returned, holding a cylindrical steel flask. He unlocked the cell, entered, approached Lee, then knelt down to offer his prisoner a drink. This will make it easier for us to talk. Lee eyed the flask with suspicion, then refused it. He thinks it's poison. Kyler laughed at the thought. Come on, Lee. This isn't a Chinese TV drama. I don't want to poison you. I just want to talk. Look. Kyler took 3 audible gulps from the shining cylinder, then followed it up with a loud smacking sound. Ah, see? Fresh water from the good old American river. It's safe. He extended it again. Still not fully convinced it was safe, he wanted to refuse again. However, the dryness in his throat informed him he was more dehydrated than he thought, so he acquiesced. A small nod of his head signaled to Kyler to put the flask to his lips. He took a few small sips at first, then wrapped his lips around the rim of the container for more. The water tasted metallic, but clean. He let out a few coughs after drinking too fast. Kyler observed him with grave eyes. Lee found it difficult to read his face. He doesn't want me dead, at least for now. A feeling of rejuvenation washed over him. He was ready to find out what this was all about. What do you want to talk about? Kyler set the flask on the floor beside his foot. Look, Lee, at the end of the day, we're both soldiers who've put our asses on the line for decades to help protect the assets and lives of our respective organizations. So I won't bullshit you. You're here because this morning at 0930 local, your organization decided to pull the plug on our little agreement. His face was stern as he shot out bursts of words in a staccato fashion. An agreement that you helped broker. Lee fixed his drowsy eyes on Kyler's, waiting for more. In exchange for my unit's services, Cereus agreed to provide us with the equipment and resources to be able to sustain the livelihoods of all unit members. Now, as of this morning, our aid has been cut off, and all of a sudden, our effectiveness as a fighting force has been undermined. Lee continued to listen in silence. What does he want? What's your point? You and your people aren't the only ones that are affected by Cereus's order. He managed to keep his voice calm and focused on the conversation, despite his primary concern being Jinhwa's safety. Have they already gotten to her? Kyler shook his head as he let out a bitter laugh. You're absolutely right. I've just spoken to the heads of several of the other street groups. The Panthers, the Zebras, and even the Kings have all lost support promised by Cereus. None are very happy about it. He folded his arms across his chest, then stood to lean back against the wall. It made his semi-muscular chest visible through his coyote brown t-shirt. You, Cereus, and the whole utopia fantasy that you've been playing out since the 20s is about to come to an end. And me and my people, who've done a lot of the wet work to help build the thing up, are left with nothing. Lee scowled. Come on, Kyler. You know how this works. All soldiers throughout history are merely instruments of institutional power, only to be discarded when that power has been achieved or goes away altogether. He paused, letting the words sink in. It gave him time to think about what he would say next, and possibly a way out. You and I are no different in that regard. Kyler nodded slowly. A tightness was building in the lumbar region of his back, the result of years of carrying heavy field gear around, manifested in a curved spine that made him look old. Can't waste another augmentation right now. Might need it later on today. He dragged a small metallic chair from the corner. Its screech rumbled across uneven concrete before the sound stopped. The old soldier sat with a softness that betrayed his gruff disposition. The same "no bullshit" expression remained on his face, despite the pain. He did not want to appear weak in front of his former handler. "There's some truth to what you say," he admitted. "But Cereus is in a position to stop the bleeding, and you being here is us making that request. Like it or not, we have been at war on our own soil for a long time, and the rise of your organization just helped bring to light what was already there and brewing for decades." The cynicism of his words were like acid. "What you encountered this morning near the capital was just a taste of things to come. Mark my words, there will be more bloodshed." Lee swallowed. "The protest. You incited the protest?" "Incited?" Kyler scoffed. "We didn't have to. I told you, these ills have been building for a long time, and many people, whether they follow the ideals of Cereus or of old world thinking, as you call it, are fed up. They are more than willing to take to the streets in defense against attacks, real or perceived, on their livelihood." He looks tired, Lee thought. I guess he has a few augmentations left in him today. Kyler stared blankly at the floor as he said, "The worst thing is that some people are out there just because they have nothing better to do with their lives. Those privileged and entitled ones who have more than enough food on their plates, whether it be through bartering or wealth accumulation from the old world, are the most despicable in my eyes." His eyes rose to meet Lee's. "Their kind has been able to survive and thrive since the dawn of the internet age at the beginning of the century. And now, their inability to believe in anything outside of themselves has led us to where we are now. A society in chaos, where half lives off the backs of the other half. It's bullshit, and I'm not going to have it anymore." A litany of questions and statements rolled in Lee's mind that, had he not been a prisoner, he would have used to counter several of his captor's arguments. The one-sided conversation was fitting for a man who thought he had all of the answers. "I can't waste any more time here. Surely Rodan must be on his way by now." Outside of the cell, Lee heard hurried steps approach. A young, dark-skinned male with a scant mustache scribbled under his nose and sad eyes stood just before the cell door. His eyes flashed to Lee, then quickly back to Kyler. "Sir, we have a problem that we need your help with." With deliberate movement, Kyler rotated his head in the young man's direction, but his eyes remained focused on Lee. "Can it wait? I'm in the middle of a conversation." "I'm afraid not, Colonel." "All right." Placing both hands on his knees, he made a concerted effort to raise himself out of the tiny chair. Upon standing as upright as his back would allow, he shrugged his shoulders. "Pardon the interruption, Lee. I guess we'll have to continue our conversation another time." The youth who delivered the message opened the cell door, then Kyler moved to leave. Lee used the brief opportunity to ask a burning question. "My daughter, is she safe?" Kyler looked over his shoulder. He had already taken 2 steps out of the cell. "For now, yes. And if your leadership cooperates with us, she will remain so. We don't want to involve innocent civilians in our fight, but we will if forced to." The messenger allowed his commander to pass, then clicked the lock shut with a single key, taking no time to look in his prisoner's direction. Lee's head drooped with helplessness. He knew that any request Kyler demanded of the Cereus leadership would go unanswered and unfulfilled, not as a consequence of his unit's radical actions, but simply because they no longer existed. When the order had been published that morning by Mr. Cooney, the organization had become a headless entity, forced to thrash around and determine its own future without vision or foresight to guide it. He knew that Kyler's promise of more bloodshed would come to pass. He just hoped Jinhua wouldn't be caught in the middle of it.
Chapter 16. The Room. There was a room in the house that Jinhua never entered. It was upstairs, at the end of the hallway on the opposite side of the house from where her room was located. Its position next to the master bedroom made it convenient for her father, who probably worked there frequently, though she rarely saw him enter or exit with her own eyes. One spring day, when she was 7 years old, she had constructed a model rocket from a kit she had received for her birthday that year. The project had been easy, and she finished building the simple model in a few hours. Bored and slightly disappointed that the rocket contained no fuel or ignition device of any kind, she pretended that it was the Chang'e 10 heading for another trip to Mars. The rocket blasted off from a launch pad made from the rocket's overturned kit box. Holding the model in her hand, she ran down the thick red carpet of the hallway, laughing and flapping her lips to mimic the sound of jet propulsion hurtling the craft through space. She ran with it to the end of the hallway, looping and circling it in the air in a strange trajectory that defied the laws of physics and projectile motion. The rocket's journey carried it past the planet laundry room, then to the rich in iron, celestial arrangement of metallic pillars of the stair banister, and zooming by the black hole of the master bedroom, where it narrowly avoided being pulled to a fate of eternal compression and squishing. Chang'e 10 had never ventured this far before, to the ends of the hallway galaxy, but there it was, in front of the forbidden door where its journey came to a close. The door was made of solid oak, with a gold-colored pommel. Carved with master craftsmanship in the center was a crescent moon, with a thin arrow flying right through it, both situated at a 45-degree angle. Jinhua would measure it years later and confirm the exactitude of the dimension. Below the knob was a digital keypad with a grid of 16 buttons. Attached to it was a thin display strip where she assumed some type of code could be input to access the room. Another lock without a key, she used to think to herself. The door appeared somewhat heavier than the other doors in the house, as if it had some type of reinforcement embedded in the center. She had also taken note of a thin metal strip directly beneath it, preventing light from wandering out of the room beyond. It was a door that inspired Jinhua's curiosity, that begged her to step inside. But it was forbidden. Her father had told her so when she was very young, and in order to remain as filial as possible, she respected his wishes. As she matured, the draw of the room became stronger. She noticed how her father would slip out of there on late nights, or retreat inside for what felt like days at a time, only coming out to take a meal with her or to tell her goodnight. Anytime the portal opened, Jinhua took the opportunity to absorb anything she could about what was behind the solid door. It had taken most of her young life, but she had managed to create a mental checklist of the contents in the room. Glowing lights, at least one or several computers and screens, a set of comfortable chairs. He has occasional guests in there. The sound of a television. He watches television sometimes. A military-style cot. He sleeps in there sometimes. All the disparate pieces summed up to a mystery in her mind about the purpose of the room and what her father used it for. Now, she stood outside that door, doing her best to prevent her emotional state from clouding her actions. I need to do this flawlessly, or else Dad might... She clenched her eyes shut to wipe out the thought of something bad happening to her father. I can do this. Recalling the brief conversation with Mr. Rodan Mitchell with her echoic memory, she reviewed the instructions she had received one more time. Step 1. Turn the golden knob twice to the left and 3 times to the right. Step 2. Enter the code 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 43, placing a hashtag after every number. Step 3. Once inside, access the emergency communication device. Listen for the tone. Step 4. Press the numbers 5, 3, 0, 5, 5, 5, 0, 9, 2, 6. Wait for another tone. Hope your dad answers. She had repeated the instructions like an affirmation as she made the journey back to her house. Daniel had come with her, out of concern for her physical and emotional well-being. Remember to put the hashtag in after I know what I have to do, Jinhua snapped. Daniel shrugged. His face betrayed no reaction at her scolding. She took a deep breath and began the sequence, making every input as deliberate as her trembling fingers would allow. Damn it, I pressed a 3 instead of a 7. I have to start over, Jinhua muttered. Calm yourself, said Daniel in a neutral tone. You got this. Jinhua looked at him and responded with blinks. She wasn't used to receiving explicit and unwarranted encouragement. 2 attempts remaining, she thought, her nervousness rising. She rubbed her hands on her shorts to remove anxiety-produced sweat before she began again. Knob turns, number, hashtag, number, hashtag, number, hashtag. She focused on every input as if she were defusing a bomb. Like in the movies. Last one. She entered the number. What followed was the satisfying sound of mechanical action occurring somewhere in the thickness of the door. It sounded like a series of locks being overridden, providing passage into the forbidden room. Nice job, Daniel said in a neutral tone. Nice job? You don't sound or look impressed. Should I be? It was just keying in numbers. Surely this lies within the scope of your abilities. You are Jinhua after all. He let out an awkward laugh. She shoved him playfully, then turned her attention to the door. Unlocked after all this time. It's time. She reached for the golden knob, twisted, then pushed it open. She was surprised at how easy it was to move. A confusing sight greeted her eyes upon entering the room. All of the elements she had caught glimpses of over the years, the glowing computer monitors, television, chairs, and the steel gray-colored military-style cot, were present. What she had not seen was the giant table on the far left side of the room, containing a large holographic map of the world. It consumed that entire side of the room, with bluish three-dimensional displays jutting out of the surface. On the back wall of the room were several monitors, with live video feeds in various locations that she did not recognize. In the center of the room was what must have been her father's workspace. Several clear document reader screens were stacked neatly on top of each other, flanking a large computer monitor. There were even a few heavily weathered file folders with real papers in them. Jinhua wanted to touch them to see if they were real. Wow, I haven't seen that many physical papers in a long time, Daniel marveled. Me neither. Jinhua's eyes were wide with excitement. So many things in here. Her curious shadow clone had unleashed itself among the mysteries of the new space, manipulating buttons, determining where all of the video feeds were monitoring, playing with the interactive world map, shifting between topographic, economic, and climatic modes to watch how it changed. She had to clench her fists to prevent her physical body from performing such actions. Daniel noted her restraint, suppressing a laugh as he viewed her from the opposite side of the room. You know, you're very self-disciplined. Jinhua whipped her head toward him. What? I wasn't going to do anything. I was just checking it out. I swear. Daniel smirked. Uh-huh. Sure you weren't. Oh, you shut up. She waved her hand in a dismissive manner, then turned her attention back to the map. I wonder what he uses this for. Research, maybe? Tracking stuff? There was so much she didn't know about her father. Seeing the map reminded her of burning questions she had never dared to ask him for her entire life. I hope he's all right. Hey, Jinhua, take a look at this, Daniel called. He had ventured to the right corner of the room, where a single cushioned recliner, chartreuse in color, stood alone under the light of a standing lamp, casting a halo of light onto it. She had not seen the space during her peeks into the room, due to its hidden position in the corner. Jinhua pulled herself away from the map and rushed to the other side of the room across the smooth blue-tiled floor to join him. Daniel analyzed the device sitting on a small wooden nightstand next to the recliner with intrigue. "What is it?" Jinhua asked, approaching with caution. "I think this is the emergency communication device that your dad's friend told you about." She moved closer to get a better look at the thing. It looked like it was constructed with antiquated material. The black plastic was visibly cracked on the top part, and the numbers on the keypad looked very analog. A few of the numbers that used to be white were either yellowed or barely visible. The base had a wire that ran from it to the wall, tethering it in place. Another wire connected to the base was in the form of a spring and attached to the top part. It looked like that component could be removed. Jinhua tested the spring-like wire, amused by the way it snapped back after she compressed it between her thumb and forefinger. "I think I've heard of one of these things before," she said. "What was it called?" Daniel looked at the device, then paused, searching for a response. "I think it's one of those old communication units. A telephone." "This is a telephone? I've never seen one before." Her eyes examined the device from all angles with scientific scrutiny. Her eager fingers slid along the base. It was cold to the touch. "It's so huge. I don't see a voice input or a microphone." Daniel picked up the receiver and placed it at his ear. "I think it's on. Looks like you talk through here and the message comes out at the top part." He pointed at the respective components. "I see." Jinhua snatched the receiver from his hand. Her heart began to hammer when she recalled Rodan's instructions. She glanced at Daniel. He returned a supportive nod. Swallowing hard, Jinhua pressed in the appropriate digits on the old keypad. 53055500926. Wait for another tone. Hope your dad answers. A ringing tone sounded in her ear. She held her breath to comply with the final step of the instructions.
Chapter 17. Desk Operation. A splitting headache made Rodan's right temple throb. The pain seemed to radiate in time with his pulse, carrying spells of dizziness and fatigue with each beat. The sensation shook the once indomitable 6'3" college lineman from within. He didn't mind the pain. It forced fits of involuntary rest from the endless ringing of his desk phone, an old smartphone that ceased to vibrate across the document readers and papers strewn on his desk, and his TP comm that kept toning in his head. He wanted to disconnect from it all, walk away, but he couldn't. He could barely leave his desk to relieve himself before someone tried to reach him. What if I miss something important? Then I'll feel real shitty. The specter of failure loomed over his shoulder in every moment, threatening to crush him with guilt or a heart attack. Sometimes he wished for the heart attack. At least he would be able to lie down and close his eyes. It was at times like these he contemplated the durability of his service-focused personality. He thought of it as a freshly smelted solid bronze medieval shield that he had used strong and nimble hands to hold in the air in order to protect himself and others over the years. Its surface was flawless and resplendent, able to dampen and shield from the heaviest of blows. But after years of buffering attacks, large and small, protecting himself and the weak from all that is wicked and unjust in the world, his defensive power had lost its luster. Brittle and dull, it no longer reflected the faces of the world's villains. It no longer reflected anything on its blemished surface. It became an ineffective tool. As it lay flat, discarded in the mud, it concealed all manner of worms and vermin squirming beneath its once brilliant, hard surface. With Rodan constantly trying to pry it from the sticky mud and raise it with aged and swollen hands, only to drop it again seconds later. With every fall, it became heavier, harder to raise, less effective, and prone to fracturing down the middle as it neared its maximum load. If it breaks, I wonder if I'll be able to put it back together again, or if I'll have to get somebody else to do it for me. He managed to push aside the macabre thoughts to allow himself a moment to lean back in his leather-backed office chair for a full minute and close his eyes. Mindfully, he focused on deep breathing, replacing the old stale air in his lungs with frigid filtered air from the office. In and out. Inhale, exhale. Count backwards from 50. 50, 49, 48, 47, 40. The ring from his secure phone line sounded abrasively. Its obtuse sine wave bounced unevenly around in his skull, evaporating his relaxation exercise. It caused his head to vibrate like a bell, adding pressure to a mind on the brink of combustion. This had better be good news. Rodan could hear noises of tactical preparation on the other end. Buckles jangling, firearms clicking, the creaking of vehicle suspension as it moved at a moderate speed resounded in the background. When the voice on the other end spoke, it sounded occupied, but confident, with a strong Mexican-American accent. Rodan, we're 10 minutes out from the site. Copy that. Let me know when you arrive, Rodan said, rubbing his temples with his free hand. Claro. It was Raul. From his slightly spaced words and the pronunciation of his vowels, Rodan knew English was not his first language. But it didn't matter. Raul had been a faithful leader of the small quick reaction unit known as the Lobos for years. In the last 5 years of their working relationship, Rodan had pieced together his personality through a combination of one-line response voice messages, field reports, and occasional live operations. They had never met in person, but from what he could tell, Raoul preferred to showcase his proficiency through action rather than words. Though he couldn't help but be suspicious of his taciturn responses, he always knew he could rely on him to get the job done. Raoul's crew consisted of about 50 members. The unit counted on former ex-convicts, drug dealers, failed entrepreneurs, and hobbyists to fill its ranks. Rodan had conducted many of the background checks himself, and knew, despite where many of them had been, one common trait bonded them all together: boredom. It was the same for most other mercenary groups around the country. Few fought for country, glory, or even money anymore. They simply needed something to occupy their hours of perceived infinite existence. It was no wonder Limnic's numbers had grown tremendously over the past few years. People needed and wanted something to do. Being an anti-Cereus Limnic supporter was an easy way to pass the time, get paid, and get a good workout in. 15 minutes later, there was still no response from Raoul. Rodan shook his head, with the receiver at his ear. He began to shift in his chair, venting impatience. Where the hell is he? Without warning, the phone came alive again. Rodan, we've traced Mr. Ma's emergency beacon to an administrative facility in Midtown. From the latest thermal scan of the building, we estimate 15 hostiles inside. How do you want us to proceed? Rodan breathed a heavy sigh and massaged his throbbing right temple forcefully. Do it. Use non-lethal force if possible. Got it. Use the nanodrone for real-time surveillance. Sure. Buena suerte. Gracias. The line went dead. Rodan hung up the phone, then scrambled to dig out a small glass-like panel from under layers of old documents. Where the hell is that thing? Even the sound of rustling papers exacerbated his headache. With some effort, he managed to locate the nearly invisible object and a small base attachment that allowed him to view it hands-free. He swept aside clutter to make an island of clear desk space, then set up the stand and the clear panel on it. With lightning muscle memory, he fingered in his password and logged into the surveillance unit's video application. When the feed came to life, the nanodrone's wide aperture captured faint light sources dangling from unseen wires in the shadowy space. Little else. The sound of boots scraping the floor, heavy breathing, and field gear shifting from sharp tactical movements filtered through the cheap wired speakers on Rodan's desk. He held his breath in anticipation of what the team of mercenaries would uncover, hoping to see Lee's face appear at any second. Where are you, buddy? His muscles tensed at every sound from the feed. A grunt from one of the men on the ground, the faint shadow of a silent hand gesture, a crack of a pipe. The smallest noise made him want to jump in his chair, as if he were watching a horror movie alone at midnight. He truly felt as if he were there. The cadence of the sudden shifts and jerks of the nanodrone's eye evoked nostalgic images from his time in the Sacramento Police Department. Tactical night operations, drug raids on illegal grow operations, the smell of his discharged weapon. He had to shut his eyes for a second to drive out pictures from his glory days. Gotta focus on the op. The team looked as if they had reached the far end of the building. The ribs of a metallic sheet wall were slightly illuminated, and he could make out what looked like a ramshackle prison on the left side of the screen. Had they kept him there? Had he escaped? Was he even still alive? He wanted to hold on to the ray of hope, and dismissed the thought that Lee might be dead, killed at the hands of his own source. If anyone could kill him, the Terminator had the training and means to do the job. I knew it. I warned him they were too damn close. Fucking Lee never listened to me. He was too trusting. Rodan silenced his inner tirade as if his TP comm were live, broadcasting his mental tantrum to the world. Limnic, those bastards, Rodan thought with bitterness. They had distorted Cereus' philosophy of bringing balance back to people and planet into a sadistic vision of capitalism cleansing at any cost, by any means. They were terrorists and represented a dire threat to both Cereus society and the old world. From his perspective, they had clearly caused the Terminator to compromise his self-proclaimed integrity and moral judgment to satisfy their stated objective. Had they gotten to Lee now too? Clear! Raoul's accented voice sounded on the video feed. With no danger present, the nanodrone automatically activated a ring of powerful LED lights next to its camera, bringing the components of a small contingency-like encampment into view. There's no way here. It must have left out of the service entrance. The nanodrone shifted its light to a cream-colored rolling service store. We detect heat from the components of the door, so it was recently used. Damn it. Where is he? Rodan worked to relax himself before speaking. I see. Conduct a full search of the place and let me know what you find. Claro. Oh, and tell your guys they can keep any weapons, gear, or toys they find if there's no connection to Lee. Raoul's eyes grew wide, and a matching smile grew across his face under a bushy mustache. Entendido, muy amable. He relayed the message to his soldiers. Rodan could hear their elated cheers echo off of the walls. Anything else? For now, no. I'll let you know if something comes up. Sounds good. The video feed returned to a lifeless black screen. Rodan closed the application with a terse verbal command. He stood up slowly and stretched himself with his arms extended over his head, letting out an audible groan in the process. The weight of the events of the day and the disappointment from the search had thrown a blanket of fatigue over him. It made him want to close his eyes and take a nap. Gradually, he felt his body relax using its natural capabilities. Maybe I should have gotten that parasympathetic nervous system augmentation, or that people can relax real easy with that. These musings always came to him at moments like this. Times when he realized the limitations and weaknesses in the flawed design of human flesh. Its many shortcomings unsuited for the demands of the technologically complex 21st century. Yet he had no augmentations. On some primal level, he had the need to fight for control, like all humans, even if it was only with his own deficient biology. He stood there a few moments and permitted himself a moment to rest and think. I can't believe it. I'm it. The message he had received a few hours prior replayed itself in his mind. Rodan Mitchell, you are now the acting head of Cereus. Please contact the management committees of all Convilles and inform them of the change, and formulate your strategy to move the organization forward. The signature block that followed and authenticated the message was from Cooney himself. It was real. The system had told him so. Why'd he disappear? Where the hell did he go? He had no answers, and any attempt he made to contact the former director down in San Francisco had failed. Wherever he had gone, it was clear that he did not want to be found. Rodan would have to act without his vision and leadership. The shortest messages always have the most impact. A wave of self-pity trapped his thinking in a mudslide of fears and anxiety about his own ability to lead Cereus. He had always considered himself to be a good manager of people and programs, but not the man in charge. To him, leadership implied someone with solid personal principles, grounded in practical knowledge, and some kind of otherworldly divine sight that allowed them to counter anticipated and unanticipated events before they even occurred. His gaze wandered over his disaster of an office. There were papers covering the desk, and some now on the floor in his haste to locate the screen, an overflowing trash can that needed a trip to the point incinerator, his calendar a mess of events, half of which he knew he couldn't keep, and the dumpster fire that was his personal life. How can I leave if I can't get my own shit together? A ring from his standard desk phone ended the pity party. Without moving a step, he reached for the receiver. Hello? The voice on the other end oozed femininity and power with a slightly mannish octave. It captivated him and made him want to hear it more. Mr. Mitchell? My name is Noelani Acosta. I got your number from my mom. I need to speak with you. I think we might be in trouble. Rodin's eyes went wide upon hearing the name Noelani. This was Lily's daughter, the Lily he had given his card to all those years ago. The famous Liliuokolani Acosta, one of the founders of Cereus. Chapter 18, Ruse. Lee sat in the back of a private autocar. The dismal backdrop of Sacramento's urban decay gave way to sprawling suburbs, then open farmland as the car traveled north at a comfortable speed. Sitting next to him was Kyler, his stiff frame, tall and muscular, looking out of place in the car's confined back seat. While it had all of the niceties of a luxury vehicle, wood trim on the door, leather seats, executive lighting for work, he kept cursing under his breath about Cereus's decision to send this car. Can't believe they couldn't send you a bigger fucking ride. Thought you had pull at that place, he said. Lee smirked. They saved this one just for you. He continued to busy himself with the flurry of messages that were coming his way. There were communications from HQ in San Francisco via the TP-Com, his work phone, and remote drone in all forms of encryption. Distributed among the official correspondence were several, "Where you at? You all right? You good?" memos from Rodin. Lee worked on each systematically, following the order of his self-designed message triage system. He felt like a skilled paramedic trying to stop the bleeding on a dying car crash victim, yet he maintained his composure through it all. Kyler arched an eyebrow, then looked at Lee out of the side of his eyes. "This plan of yours was very clever. You think they bought it?" Lee put the finishing touches on a status update message to HQ before he looked up. "It surely has given us some breathing room to plan our next move. That's all we could hope for at this point, although I didn't expect you to use that form of kidnapping." Lee rubbed his still aching neck. Kyler exhaled a sound similar to a laugh, but his face remained hard. "All part of the plan. I really had to sell it. The more genuine the video, the more time we get." He folded his arms across his chest. A slight grin formed on his face. "You know, you made a pretty lousy prisoner. It wasn't nearly as fun as doing interrogations during the war. There's a certain thrill that comes with seeing someone literally piss themselves with fear." He let out a cold laugh. Lee looked amused. "You're one twisted son of a bitch." The autocar guided itself toward its destination. The standard evening traffic jam on Highway 99 had slowed their movement to a crawl, then to stop and go. A live report flashed on a large display screen in the center console of the car. A sky drone captured an elderly person several cars ahead, adamant on driving his vehicle manually in direct defiance of the medical alerts from the vehicle. The news report beamed a live stream from inside the car. Name, Montgomery Jones. Age, 91. Date of birth, August 20th, 1971. He was an old man with wrinkly skin hunched over the steering wheel, straining his neck and eyes to see the road ahead of him. The automated reporter read off a list of medical impairments that made the man a road hazard. Glaucoma of the left eye, a sprained wrist, prescribed a powerful narcotic for pain that induced bouts of drowsiness. The list went on to list these and at least 6 other medical conditions that ranged from minor annoyances to ailments requiring chronic care by a team of professionals. "They need to get that gentleman off the road," Kyler said. "He'll kill us all." Lee laughed. "That will probably be you in the next 10 years. That's a negative. I'll get one of those, what do you call them, shepherds to ferry me around. You won't find me driving on these streets. Not a chance in hell." He continued to watch the news report on the screen. A sudden loud ringing sounded in the car, drowning out the audio from the screen. Lee's eyes grew wide. "It's the emergency line." "Mute screen," he commanded. The sound from the droning news report shut off. He unlatched his black briefcase and pulled an old Nokia flip phone from one of the pockets. He held the functioning relic in his hand while it continued to ring, regarding it with trepidation. Kyler looked at the phone, the muscles in his jaw tense. Who the hell could be calling? The phone produced its characteristic click when Lee flipped it open with his thumb. The screen read, "Emergency line," but gave no indication of who might be on the other end. He pressed the green button to answer. "Hello?" "Dad? Is that you?" Jinhwa's voice was small, but sounded slightly more mature than it had when he left the house this morning. "Yes, I'm here." She was crying tears of joy and relief on the other end. It was difficult for Lee to maintain his composure, hearing how upset his daughter was. "Are you all right? Mr. Rodan said you had been taken. I didn't know what to do. I'm glad you're okay." Lee closed his eyes and felt the warm sting of tears forming. He let them fall. "You were very brave, Jinhwa. I know you were worried about me." Jinhwa laughed through her tears. "Duh, of course I was worried about you. Where are you? Are you coming home?" Yes, I'm very near on the 99. There's some traffic, but I should be there in about an hour. I'll explain what happened when I arrive." "Okay, Dad. Make sure you don't override the auto drive feature. You know what a terrible driver you are." He could tell she was smiling at him from his study, and allowed a similar expression of joy to animate his features because of it. No, I won't this time. I'll let the car do the work." "Good. Okay, bye, Dad. I love you." "Speak to you soon. I love you." He ended the call, snapped the phone shut, and returned it to his briefcase. A heavy sigh escaped his lips. "Is she all right?" Kyler asked. "Yeah, she'll be fine." Lee looked toward the emergency phone in the briefcase. "I hope I never have to do something like that again." "Glad to hear it." Kyler slapped Lee's shoulder in a display of solidarity. The impact made him wince. It was clear that he was not aware of his own strength sometimes with all of the augmentations and his metallic skeleton. "I wish none of us had to do things like this. But like all soldiers during a conflict, we have to make these kinds of sacrifices all the time. The family is what suffers the most, unfortunately. They understand the duty of what you have to do, what your mission is, but at times they feel neglected and forgotten because they can't see the whole picture. And they're aware of it too. I think that makes it harder for them, because they can't experience the whole ordeal with you, even though they may be given everything they can to support you. It's a difficult situation for both the soldier and the family. Lee nodded his head as he stared blankly at the back of the empty driver's seat. He pitied the loved ones who sacrificed on the home front, providing invisible aid for their families, fighting for causes they could not see, fully grasp, or understand. True unsung heroes. You're right. I just hope it was worth it. We can't let Janus carry out his plan. If he thinks that you've joined his cause, Limnic's cause, by kidnapping and killing me, then it will slow him down. Do we know anything further about how he plans to take control of Cereus? Lee shook his head. Nothing much at this point. All intel is inconclusive. But whatever his designs are, he plans to roll it out on a massive scale. His server activity has significantly increased recently. Kyler gave a curt nod. The autocar changed lanes to overtake a large Amazon delivery truck. The white smile on the sky blue background brought Rodan to Kyler's mind. He's probably not smiling now. Lee's partner had never impressed him. The man was unset, constantly unorganized, and was always a cheap substitute for Lee's boundless professionalism. He suspected the only reason Lee continued to partner with him after all these years was because he made Lee look good. Real good. Kyler suppressed a laugh at the thought. What about Rodan? Lee brought his hand to his chin, thinking. Rodan can handle himself for now. While he may not have known the details of the op, he knows the threat Janus poses to us and society at large. Kyler nodded, as if acknowledging a military order. Our next step is to assemble all of the major players and plan our next move, hopefully before Janus makes his. I'll contact the other founders and gather them in my study, then we'll discuss strategy. The afternoon sun was beginning its descent to twilight as the sign for Yuba City came into view. Situated on the border of an orchard, the sign was easy for travelers to miss on the way into town. That was not the case for Lee. He put down his device, the messages, and the conflict awaiting him to take in the sign and smile at the sight of it. He was home.
Chapter 19. Exploring the Study. Jinhua flopped into the large old recliner in the corner of her father's study and let her muscles go limp. The last few hours had been an emotional roller coaster, and all she wanted to do was take a nap. Her eyelids became heavy. Sleep tempted her, but her mind still whirled with unanswered questions. Why had Dad been kidnapped? Who had done it? Is he still in danger? Am I in danger? Daniel stood next to the chair. He had been on his device during Jinhua's conversation with her father. Now that they knew he was safe, he directed his attention back to her. "I'm glad your dad is okay. I was a little worried there for a minute." "Me too." From her reclined position, her eyes began to sweep across the expansive study. With their crisis averted, she began to take in the scope and magnitude of the place she had labeled as forbidden for the first time in her life. All this time, this room has been an operations center for his work. The dim lighting and the wall of monitors reminded her of the Space Operations Center at Vandenberg Air Force Base down south, except without the busyness and all the engineers shuffling around. It seemed like it was always frantic there. At least that was what she gathered about the place during her multiple virtual field trips to the center. Dad probably works here alone most of the time. Jinhua closed her eyes, considering that nap. As soon as she did, her stomach growled. It reminded her how she hadn't eaten since her early lunch at Star of India with Harpreet. Maybe I'll go down and get a snack before Dad gets back. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed Daniel no longer stood beside the comfy recliner. He had wandered from the corner back toward the massive desk with the document readers in the center of the room. "This really is a cool workspace. What do you think your dad uses it for?" he said, loud enough for her to hear in the corner. Jinhua sprang up from the recliner and rushed to join him, unwilling to let him be the first to find out more about the secret room before she did. "I'm not sure. He told me that this place was off limits for me years ago, so I never asked him about it." "Looks like he's been doing a lot of research into something and monitoring what he sees." His eyes found a monitor on the far right side of the back wall. He stopped to point at it. "Isn't that a video from our physics committee room in the community center?" Jinhua diverted her attention from the desk to focus on the monitor. "No way! Yeah, it is. But why would he want to watch that?" Both exchanged bewildered faces, each looking to the other for a comprehensible response. Neither found an answer, yet they felt something else. An unmistakable connection, almost as if one had access to the other's brain and its intricate contents. Jinhua experienced a strange heightening of her senses. It was different from the pull of attraction she had felt for him back at the river. It was something else, something she couldn't quite name or characterize. Whatever it was a familiar feeling. Somehow she knew he was experiencing the same exact sensation. After what seemed like the longest staring contest in history, Jinhua spun away from him toward the desk behind her. She latched onto the first object she saw in order to neutralize the disturbance of the atmosphere between them. There sure are a lot of doc readers here. I always knew Dad was organized, but they look so neat." She blushed uncontrollably at the emotional familiarity of Daniel's eyes, and hoped her rambling words would be enough to take her mind off of his strangely captivating stare. Focusing on the desk to alleviate her discomfort, The details of its design became apparent to her. It was made of fine carved wood on the outside, but appeared to have a network interface built into its surface. The top of the desk was also a massive touchscreen that could be toggled to display a standard operating system interface, or just show the plain surface of a desk. Jinhua switched between the modes several times, marveling at the simple yet impressive feature. Very Feihao. The surface of the desk glowed with an eerie blue light when it was in computer mode. It was alive with digital life housed within its microscopic circuitry and transistors. While looking at the upper right corner of the desk, she eyed a solitary document reader that had been separated from the rest of the orderly stack. Definitely out of place. She picked it up with the intent to return it to the pile, then suddenly stopped when she noticed the name on the heading of the reader. That's my name. On the top of the thin reader, Jinhua read, Ma, Jinhua, DOI 210145. What is this? She examined the document reader with greater detail, feeling her hands grow cold with nervous sweat. It had been locked with some type of encryption method, leaving only her name and the odd number visible. Daniel made his way to her side from the wall monitors. What's that? I have no idea, but it's got my name and birth date on it. Daniel moved closer to Jinhua to get a better view. The warmth from his body made her arm tingle. The strange, not quite attraction feeling rose again. In the span of minutes, she had already given the phenomenon a name. In the moment, her burning curiosity about the doc reader overshadowed the sensation. For real? I didn't know your birthday was January 21st, Daniel said. Yeah, it is. She continued to analyze the reader from all angles, looking for any way to unlock it. When's yours? August 16th. What year? 2045. Guess we were born the same year. Damn, something else in common. But I'm still older by 6 months. Jinhua flashed a playful smirk at him. Suppose I should respect my elders then, Daniel quipped. Jinhua slapped him on the arm with her free hand in response. Ow, that hurt. Daniel rubbed his arm. You hit pretty hard. Serves you right. She continued to rotate the reader, clueless about how to proceed. Gotta learn to respect your elders. Daniel gave an understanding nod while he watched her struggle with the reader. Why won't this damn thing open? The trifecta of hunger, tiredness, and teenage hormones had rendered her brain useless. One of the three were always to blame whenever she felt incompetent at something. Did you try voice decryption? Daniel asked. She tried it. Nope, no luck. What about hand gesture decryption? Jinhua curled her fingers into a position that pantomimed the action of unlocking a door with a physical key in front of the reader's context-sensitive area. No response. Damn it.
Any other ideas? What about retinal scans? I heard some of the older readers still use that dated biometric stuff. How is he so calm? She brought the camera to her eye and held it open for several seconds. The strain caused her vision to blur with tears. Despite her effort, the device remained locked. Then she firmly pressed her thumb to the screen. Still nothing. I'm about to say forget it. Nothing's working, she said, her tone petulant. Daniel's laugh echoed around the room as he carefully took the reader from her hands. Maybe your dad didn't use any fancy techniques to lock this old reader. He's old, so he probably used some type of low-tech security measure. Like what? I don't know. Like an old password? Jinhua's eyes wandered to the corner of the room with the old recliner and telephone sitting under the halo of light from the standing lamp. Okay, I think I got it. If I'm wrong, I'm saying to hell with this thing and getting a snack. She commanded the reader to show a password block. The machine complied, displaying an empty block with a blinking cursor, awaiting input. Jinhua verbally input the letters of her full name and date of birth. JINHUAMA 012145. The reader instantly came to life. Wow, good thinking, Jinhua said. Daniel smiled. You know, I do have good ideas every now and then. She mirrored his cheer. Her smile vanished when the contents of the reader appeared on the small screen. It contained 6 orderly columns of folders, labeled with traditional Chinese characters. She made an earnest attempt to read the first 2 folders. Shen Shu something something Xiang Ri, no idea. She sounded out the words in her head, unwilling to subject Daniel to her shameful pronunciation and her abysmal knowledge of tones in her heritage language. Damn, I wish I'd paid more attention during those Chinese committees. Daniel peered over her shoulder. What do those folders say? Can you read them? I'm not sure. They use traditional characters instead of the simplified ones that I'm used to. She felt a pang of inadequacy at her inability to make out the script of a language that she should have known well. Daniel seemed to sense her guilt and kept quiet. One of the columns contained folders labeled in English. Finally, some luck. She opened one labeled Statistics. Several subfolders populated the screen. She scanned them all with machine efficiency. There's one with my name on it. She opened it. What she saw on the screen narrowly caused her to drop the device onto the smooth dark blue tile of the floor. She scrolled down the reader, heart thundering in her chest. Ma Jinhua. Date of initialization, 21 January 2045. Place of initialization, Yuba City, California. Father, Ma, Lee. Mother, donor. Is this me? Mother, donor? Date of initialization? Place of initialization? What the hell is this? A noise at the entrance of the study distracted her from the reader. both whipped their heads toward the door, where the shadow of a person appeared in the narrow space between the heavy oak door and its frame. All of a sudden, Jinhua felt the urge to shut the reader and hide. The heavy door slowly opened, and Li stepped through, his usual erect posture withered by the events of a very long day. Jinhua placed the document reader on the desk, momentarily forgetting about the questions swirling in her mind, and jogged over to him. She embraced him with as much strength as she could gather. Tears streamed down her face. She could feel his hot tears finding their place on her shoulder in his tight grip. "I know it was hard for you," Li said, "but I'm all right." They separated. Jinhua looked into her father's eyes and asked, "Dad, I know you just got home, but I saw a doc reader on your desk that said something about me and Mom. What is it about?" Where to begin? Li thought. His eyes parted from Jinhua's penetrating sight and fell onto the young man standing next to his desk. As if prompted into action by sight, the teenager began to approach him. He did not seem intimidated by Li's presence. "Mr. Ma? I'm Daniel." He extended his hand in an awkward manner to invite a handshake. Li peered at him sideways, with more curiosity than suspicion, then reached out and shook his hand. "Nice to meet you, Daniel. Do you mind waiting downstairs for a while? I have some things to discuss with my daughter." "No problem, Mr. Ma. I need to call my parents anyway to let them know I'll be home late tonight." "Good idea," Li said. Daniel flashed an encouraging expression at Jinhua before he departed. Her eyes watched him until he pulled the thick door open and walked through to the red carpet. He closed it behind him, sealing her inside. The sound reminded her of a bank vault closing, echoing, definitive, final. Li looked into his daughter's eyes. They were slightly puffy from tears, but they still contained the insatiable spark for boundless knowledge, a trait they both shared. "She's ready," he told himself. She's ready to hear it all. He sighed heavily, then took tired steps toward the giant desk. At the press of a button, a panel in the front of the desk opened, revealing 4 squared, cushioned stools inside. The cushions were red and embroidered with a golden trim that twisted around the border of the square shape. Jinhua was captivated by the beautiful representation of traditional Chinese colors on miniature squared bar stools. But she was more impressed 4 stools had somehow been crammed into the guts of the desk. "I'm getting a desk like this when I have my own office." She archived the mental note in her mind for further research at a later date. Li pulled out one of the stools, then invited Jinhua to do the same with a hand gesture. They both sat down, facing each other, father and daughter, both preparing to have a conversation Li knew would alter the course of her life and his relationship with her forever. "She's ready. I am ready." The emotion of the reunion, the kidnapping, and all of the other respective happenings of both their days seemed to coalesce into a powerful force that was supernatural and apparent to both. It transformed the air around them into a thick, gaseous haze, a suffocating force that threatened to render them both unconscious if left unchecked. Lee was ready to cleanse the room and return it to a neutral state. "Dad, what is it?" Lee's eyes rose to meet hers. "Okay, Jinhua. I'll tell you what you need to know. It's a long story." And he began to speak.
Chapter 20 Origins Part 1. All his life, Li Ma had always been careful with words. To him, every word needed a purpose, a mission. Like laser-guided munitions, every utterance he selected usually underwent the highest form of scrutiny before being deployed for a very specific cause. None should be wasted. Ever. It had been the most important lesson he learned from watching his father deal with unfortunate eventualities that often accompany fame and wealth. Even if you are silent, others will assume and judge. Choose your words carefully, he had told a young Li long ago. And he never forgot that lesson. He lived by it. Through his demeanor, actions, and presence, he presented himself to others, turning to speech as a last resort. Not because he couldn't find the right words, but because there were not nearly enough of them to express the great depth of his understanding or feeling. Jinhua had never heard her father talk so much in one sitting. The short bursts of speech she was accustomed to were replaced by flowing sentences with descriptive vocabulary and impactful visuals. The result was a crystal clear idea of how things went down. At least it was like that for the first part of his story. Who knew he was so loquacious? A captive of his every word, she felt 5 years old again, while a younger version of her dad read her a bedtime story to stoke her imagination before trying to get her to go to sleep. Except this time, she was one of the protagonists of the story, and the things he described had actually happened. Like for real. With every new revelation, new questions surfaced in her mind, each one in need of elaboration and exploration. She held onto them for later, not wanting to break the flow of her father's rare, chatty mood. He started with a brief history of Cereus. The organization was founded in 2024 by 4 visionary founders. Its original goal was to advance humankind by reorganizing society in a way that empowered individuals to live as complete human beings. She wasn't sure what he meant by complete. It also sought to preserve planet Earth's valuable resources more effectively than had been done since the entire world began its economic boom following the conclusion of the Second World War. Preserve people and planet had been its early motto. Cereus began as an online-only counterculture movement. But on the social media platforms of old, word got out about a way of life that would allow people to live comfortably, participate in shaping local policies, and, if they desired, politics, in a small way, while allowing them to explore latent talents. Many flocked at the opportunity, abandoning dwindling employment options in the ancient megacities for smallish settlements run by Cereus's leadership. These were called Comvilles, with the first active one established there in Yuba City. When the refugees from the cities arrived, the organization helped guide them towards employment via educational committees. They consisted of regular people who were already skilled in some field or trade. The committees provided training, mentorship, and credentialing, if necessary, to any person who wanted it. Proficiency in a particular skill or trade took priority over the need for profit, a characteristic which had made many of the educational monoliths of the past inefficient and unaffordable. His mention of the committees invoked fond memories for Jinhua. They had been one of the best parts of her childhood. The thought of sitting in a classroom for 8 hours a day, from age 5 to 18, learning superficial knowledge in subjects like math, English, and science, made her feel profound pity for the students of the past, and happy to have been born in the mid-21st century in Cereus society. She forced her attention back onto her father when he mentioned Limnic for the first time. He labeled it as a dark clone of Cereus, similar in every way to its predecessor, except for the fact its followers would turn to violence if necessary in order to execute the motto that Cereus coined. She had heard of it on the news and a little about it in the history committees of her youth, but outside of that had no knowledge of them. To her, they were just a terrorist organization that blew up buildings. Sometimes people were inside. Her father continued speaking. Jinhua listened to a somewhat redacted version. She could tell when details were being left out of his role in Cereus as the chief of intelligence. He described some of the basic functions that he carried out in the organization and how those duties led him to work with certain people who were sometimes considered bad by others. Bad? Come on, Dad. I'm not 5 years old anymore. She kept her comment to herself. Jinhua gasped with horror when he mentioned some of the details of his experience during the protests that morning. The way he evaded a pack of angry protesters, used a Jedi mind trick on the guards, and arrived at his office unharmed was simply badass. Straight out of an action movie, were the words she used to describe it in her mind. She didn't appreciate his recklessness, but she was happy to know he could handle himself, even at his advanced age. Then he told her about how he had been captured by a known Limnic sympathizer and collaborator known as the Terminator. He was apparently one of his longtime points of access into Limnic, served as a valuable conduit of information, and possessed a highly trained team of commandos that was a formidable fighting force on the battlefield.
When she asked him why he was called the Terminator, he laughed and responded, "It's because he has so many mechanical and digital augmentations in his body that although he appears human, he is more machine than man at this point." The nickname comes from the Terminator movie series, which began with the 1984 film of the same name. It told the story of a cyborg assassin from the year 2029 who was sent back to 1984 to kill the mother of the person foretold to be the savior of humanity from machines in a fictional post-apocalyptic future. The plot of the movie sounded funny to Jinhua. What strange movies her grandparents had enjoyed. The moment of levity was brief. It was cut short when Lee confessed that his staged kidnapping had been a ruse in order to fool the leader of Limnic into thinking that the Terminator, who also worked with Limnic on occasion, was still loyal to him. The leader, who her father conveniently forgot to name, was one of the founders of Cereus, but he had gone rogue and started his own organization because he thought Cereus could not accomplish its mission effectively. Protests? Terrorists? Voluntary kidnapping? Movies from the 1980s? It was a lot to process, even for Jinhua. She knew her dad wasn't working in a cubicle in some boring office all day, but she had no idea that his work was so dangerous. She wiped nervous sweat onto her shorts and reminded herself to calm down. It was hard to do. The questions were piling up so fast, so high, that they interrupted the normally flawless firing of neurons in her brain. It felt like her head was taking on water and might capsize any moment, like a giant ship lost at sea. To make matters worse, she could tell that he was not providing her with all of the relevant information by the way some of the story threads abruptly ended and began. Some facts just felt off. Not like outright lies, but different pieces to the wrong puzzles. It was like interacting with an artificial intelligence friend or eating a completely synthetic meal. The experience was there, but in the background, something was missing. Something that would make it feel like a full and satisfying experience. She requested a break. Her father happily agreed, looking like he could use one himself. To her surprise, he remained on the stool, hunched over, thinking as she made her way to the heavy oak door. It took some force for her to pull it open, and her eyes blinked rapidly as they adjusted to the normal, soft light of the hallway. A brilliant summer sunset gave the last of its dying light outside, yielding its nightly display of evening color. Jinhua did not stop to take it in, but just headed directly to the bathroom down the hall. Feeling a little better, she turned to the sink and splashed water on her face. While washing and drying her hands, she studied herself in the mirror. Her face was deeply tanned from walking out in the sun. 2 brown sunspots emerged on her right cheek from overexposure to ultraviolet, or as she liked to call it, ultraviolet radiation. The pimple from that morning had gone down and no longer stung when she moved her cheek. Jinhua sighed, wondering if they should continue. Her father was clearly drained and seemed to be losing steam with each new sentence he uttered. And she was starving. She recalled their reservation at the restaurant to celebrate her acceptance into the Space Cadet program. I doubt we'll make it. The lack of windows in Lee's study had warped her perception of time. A quick glance at her device informed her it was already 7:10. Yep, probably won't make it. Her thoughts turned to Daniel. Is he still here? She wondered. Probably so. She had not heard the front door open, and she remembered glancing toward one of the monitors on the back wall. He had been sitting patiently in the great room on the screen. He's been super supportive today. I wonder what Harpreet will say about that. Jinhua knew she was stalling her return to the study. Her distracting thoughts were a symptom of her fatigue and hunger. After another definitive splash of water on her face, she walked out of the bathroom, determined to finish the conversation, no matter how ugly it gets. When she arrived back in the study, she found Lee slumped over on the surprisingly comfortable stool. His elbows on his thighs, fingers interlaced, eyes closed. She felt hesitant to disturb him from the much-needed and deserved moment of rest. Dad, she said, her voice small and gentle. Lee's eyes fluttered open. A warm smile found its way to his face. Oh, sorry, I dozed off. He stretched his arms in front of him and yawned. What were we talking about? Jinhua returned to the stool in front of him. You said you would tell me about the document reader I found with my name on it. Oh, right. He looked away from her. Jinhua sensed that they were heading into uncomfortable territory. It had been easy for him to talk about work and business matters, but personal ones had always been a struggle. Look, Dad, we don't have to talk about this right now if you don't want to. We've both had a long day. It's only... She glanced at the clock on her device. 7:15. We can still make that dinner reservation at the restaurant if we hurry. Lee gave a weak smile. His weary eyes looked at his daughter for several seconds, weighing whether or not to take the out she had given them both from this conversation. A conversation he had rehearsed an infinite amount of times since the day she was born. How can I tell her? Jinhua felt bad for him. The gravity of hundreds of micro-decisions made throughout that day alone seemed to cause the skin on his face to hang. Combined with the rare look of indecision on his face, he looked like the archetype of an average citizen of the developed world. Confused, withered, elderly. She's ready to hear it. She must hear it. No, it's all right. I'll say what I have to say, here and now. Some of the surety had returned to his voice. Jinhua nodded, understanding, appreciative of his mental fortitude. Jinhua. He sighed heavily. My father, your grandfather, was a wealthy businessman. He was heavily interested in the field of genomics back in the 1920s. At the time, Scientists had already mapped the human genome, but were then looking to learn how to manipulate it in order to treat and eventually prevent certain ailments that were notoriously caused by faulty DNA. That's pretty cool. Lee smiled. Yes, it was. But what was even cooler was that eventually a new field of genomics emerged. The field known as digigenomics sought to marry the concepts from traditional genomics while integrating advancements in the digital space. Digigenomics essentially harnessed the power of biotechnology, artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data, and even traditional computer programming in order to do something that humans have tried again and again to do successfully for millennia: create a human being. Jinhua didn't realize she had moved to the edge of the cushion on the stool. Once again, under the spell of her father's storytelling prowess. Not just recreate the physical form. That had been done and improved upon over the years. It was easy to replicate the physical properties of humans, but not so easy to replicate and reproduce the complex interplay of internal body systems, hormones, cells, glands, and everything else that allows us to function independently as conscious entities. That was until the 2030s, when research and funding into digigenomics really took off. Like any budding scientific discipline, there were many failures in the early days. As data analysts, scientists, software engineers, many different kinds of doctors, and other experts worked to pool their respective talents in order to create a fully functional, digitally evolved human being. Creating individual human organs was easy and had been done since the 2010s. But getting all of the organs to work, function, and most importantly, grow together as they do in a normal biological human turned out to be a complex and monumental task. Even with cutting-edge technology, like quantum computers as resources, it took decades to get it right. In 2044, our team of scientists at Cereus decided to try something unheard of. Instead of trying to create a complete human by integrating the biological, physical, and digital components, they decided to use what they called redundancy to shape the human. They left the biological DNA intact while introducing a sort of digital clone of that same DNA code. That clone was infused with cutting-edge software and machine learning, allowing it to adapt, learn, and grow as normal cells do. But these are no ordinary cells. These were unofficially dubbed thinking cells, cells that could think and learn independently while still being manipulated like software in a computer. Your grandfather had contributed so much to the field of digigenomics that when the scientific team asked for volunteers to contribute DNA to this revolutionary project, he asked me if I would volunteer. I was working for Cereus at the time, and it made sense for the sample to come from one of their own. So I said yes. Lee's eyes fixed on Jinhua's, a grave expression on his face. Jinhua, you are the product of digigenomics, one of the first successful fusions of human and machine, of the digital and the biological, a miracle of science and technology. Chapter 21, Origins, Part 2. Jinhua's heart was pounding, her throat dry, as she let the gravity of her father's story sink in. Me? No way. From Lee's perspective, she looked stunned, jaw hanging in confusion. He eyed her closely, waiting for her reaction. I'm sorry. But I don't feel like a robot. I feel like me, Jinhua said. The emotional impact of the news began to hit her like a wave crashing on a crowded beach, devastating all she had ever known about herself within seconds. Lee leaned forward and grasped her hand in an uncharacteristic gesture of physical sincerity. I know. And that's what I've always wanted for you. Not to feel like a science experiment, but as a normal girl, to live a normal life. Jinhua pulled her hand away and sobbed. The tears stung her eyes, blurring her field of vision. But Dad, how can I live a normal life? Nobody knows what I am. Lee fell silent. He knew she was right. Jinhua, the truth is, we're still studying how the digital redundancies within you are functioning with your innate biological systems. So we don't know how the interactions will play out as you grow older. So you've been monitoring me? And my growth from here? Me and another team of scientists. Yes. Suddenly, she felt dirty, violated. It was a feeling that was difficult to experience, especially because the man sitting across from her was the primary source of her discomfort. In that moment, the desire to lash out at her father was strong, very strong. She wanted to make him feel as small and unadjusted as she felt. Her hunger, tiredness, and teenage hormone trifecta had merged with another: anger, confusion, and disappointment. The two triangles coalesced and manifested as a physical choking sensation that left her speechless and lightheaded. Sitting there across from her, the man looked ready to absorb any blows, verbal or physical, she may have wanted to inflict on him. Jinhua had no idea if she would act on the impulse. She concentrated every fiber of her person on maintaining her self-control, which felt as if it might tumble and shatter into millions of pieces at any moment on the tile floor between their feet. Several soundless minutes passed between them as father and daughter worked to find the right words to say. Lee's eyes had fallen to the floor, his thoughts floating. Heavy physical fatigue befuddled his mind. It was as if he was back in basic training, wading through a freezing river, uniform soaked from head to toe after a week-long training exercise. One foot in front of the other was all he could manage. Jinhua stared at her father. A storm of emotions, questions, doubts, and concerns darkened the sky over a battlefield in her mind. The combatants, anger versus curiosity. Both were armed with ancient weapons of war: cannons, horses, swordsmen, archers. Both sides were anxious to begin the killing, waiting for the other to strike first. She was unsure which side would initiate the hostilities and come out victorious. Lee broke the silence between them. We were monitoring you regularly, until a few years ago when you turned 11, he said with a low voice. The troops on the Cereus side began their assault. A volley of cannon fire. The first line of the vanguard charged. Hundreds of angry side troops were decimated. Curiosity gained some territory. What happened? It seems at the onset of puberty, something happened between your biological systems and their respective redundancies. In a quick explanation, it appeared as if each one became aware of the other and formed some sort of mutually beneficial pact between the two in order to ensure their survival. One of the results of that pact was that we lost access to some internal digital systems, like to the nervous, endocrine, and other systems. Lee fought through an overwhelming sense of guilt to maintain eye contact with his daughter. Her red, glossy eyes wanted to look elsewhere, he could tell. She's fighting too. The cavalry on the angry side gathered reinforcements and prepared for a strategic flanking movement. Mounted warriors surged forward, mowing down screaming and scared Curiosity soldiers. So, since I turned 11, you haven't been able to know what I was thinking? No, we completely lost access to the data 6 years ago. In a surprising turn of events, the Curiosity Army tapped into a mid-21st century satellite. A ray of light pierced through the heavens, blasting a giant crater between both armies. The battle was over, at least for now. Jinhua let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for that. Lee read her reaction. The beginnings of a smile crept into his weary face. I've always considered your privacy when dealing with the team. Some things just should be private. Jinhua reached over and embraced him, squeezing him tightly. You are still looking after me, right? Always. You know I am, he said. Jinhua returned to her stool. So my mother... Technically, you were born from a sort of digital surrogate mother, but the original biological egg was provided by one of my old Cereus colleagues and a pioneer of digigenomics. Her name was Charlotte Thompson. Unfortunately, she died in one of Limnic's building demolition attacks in 2044. Limnic? So it was them. Jinhua began to sob again. Surrogate? Why didn't she want to raise me? Why weren't you two ever together? Lee answered the questions as calmly as possible. He did not want to upset her further. It takes a very special person's DNA to be able to interact with the software. It would simply be too dangerous for the embryo if the biological and the digital components did not match. Lee sighed, then averted his gaze from her. Your mother had a rare DNA code that was compatible with the digital redundancies. So, being the scientist that she was, she donated her life and body to science. He had not answered her questions, but her mind was going in so many directions. She couldn't bring herself to press him again. I had a mother. Limnic killed her. I'm part robot or computer. I can't trust my dad. Jinhua sobbed uncontrollably. For the first time in her life, she felt overwhelmed by information. It was as if a dam had ruptured and flooded the landscape, leaving only guesses as to what was below the muddy brown water. She was helpless against the great force. All she could do was sit on a dry rooftop and wait. Wait for the water to recede. Wait to assess the damage. Wait and hope some things could be salvaged from beneath. Hope things might be like they were before the catastrophe. My life will never be the same. Lee stood and with great care dropped to his knees to wrap her in his arms. It had been many years since he held her to let her cry. He didn't know it, but she cried for him and the mother she never had a chance to know, for Cereus and Limnic, and for herself. When there were no more tears, Lee let her go and returned to his stool. He took the statue-like posture of a debilitated man on a park bench, eyes burning a hole into space between his feet, staring at everything and nothing. Jinhua's arms hung at her side. The vacant expression on her face mirrored the scene in her brain. Earthy, contaminated water everywhere. Evidence of the disaster floated on the surface, gently lapping at the side of a rooftop. No hope of rescue. She sat in a noiseless void with few coherent or meaningful thoughts coming to mind, unsure how to proceed. Somewhere across the cityscape, her father shared her fate. Alone, water sloshing at his feet and caught in a downpour. He wondered if he should move to a higher place or allow the rising water line to drown him where he stood. They sat together in complete solitude for a long time. Only the humming of the air conditioner marked the passing minutes. Light from the hallway stirred both from their respective inner prisons. Someone had opened the door. It was Daniel. The youth peered into the room with caution. What he saw was the scene he expected. Mr. Ma sitting like an animated sculpture. Jinhua dangling, face full of sadness and hurt, like a broken doll. It fit. Everything made sense. He was no longer afraid. He had never been. Just acted on pure algorithmic intuition. Or was it emotion? No thoughts came to mind. Movement, motion, process. These were the only ways forward. Jinhua had noticed him at the door, but made no acknowledgement of him. His presence was hard to detect among her tangled feelings and emotions. Before she could react, Daniel walked toward her with echoing footsteps. Seconds later, he stood in front of her, face heavy with anguish. He was so close, she could feel the gentle warmth radiating from his body. Lee made no movement or protest. "Daniel, what are you?" Jinhua asked. In the next instant, He stood her up with steady hands and wrapped his arms around her with the warmest of hugs. "It's all right, Jinhua," he said. "It's gonna be all right." She stood there in shock, not sure what to think or how to feel. Still numb and reeling from what her father told her, Daniel's hug seemed like another event of the day designed to confound her thinking and undermine her carefully crafted construct of the world as she knew it. Her body remained tense, but Daniel held on, unfazed, solid. After a few seconds, she felt it. The not quite attraction, but something else feeling. Again, there it is. It manifested as a nudge, ever so slight, but present. It made her feel safe, like everything was going to be all right. She closed her eyes to savor the sensation, felt her muscles begin to soften within his arms, as if they were one being, one life, one entity. "Daniel, She began to speak, but stopped. Something told her to let the moment breathe, to let herself breathe. Standing there in his arms, it was as if some camera were spinning around them both, capturing the scene from all angles. She let it last, long enough to lift her off of that forgotten rooftop, long enough to reconnect with her thinking brain. She had recovered her senses, and it all because of hugs from Daniel? What is this? When they separated, Jinhua noticed Lee had vanished from the stool. He had moved behind his massive desk and was searching among the neatly stacked document readers for something. "Dad, what are you?" Her unanswered questions had been stacked to the ceiling of her head space. A throbbing headache began to pound on her skull. A single document reader in hand, Lee made his way over and offered it to her. "Jinhua, read this. Hopefully, it will help you understand a little more about yourself and our young guest here." He looked at Daniel up and down, then squeezed her hand. "I'm going downstairs to order some takeout food for you." He began to walk away, then turned. "I love you, Jinhua." She looked down at the document reader, to Daniel, then to her father. "I love you too, Dad." Lee exited the room, leaving Daniel and Jinhua alone in the study. Several hours later, Jinhua lay on her bed, gaze fixed on the ceiling. Showered, belly full of a Chipotle burrito bowl, she felt much better, yet completely wired. There's no way I'm sleeping tonight. Too much stuff to think about. It had been an interesting day and an even more interesting dinner. As Lee and Jinhua munched on bowls full of synthetic beef and assorted veggies, they talked until the early hours of the morning. Daniel watched them eat, a pensive look on his face. He didn't eat at all, nor did he say much all night. Now I know why, Jinhua thought. While in the shower, partially thanks to Daniel's magic hug, she engaged her systematic thinking to prioritize the importance of her questions related to everything she had discussed with her father. 1. Daniel. 2. Mom. 3. Me. 4. More about digigenomics because it sounds cool. 5. More information about Cereus and Limnic. By the time she changed and made her way up to the dining room, questions about Daniel were on the tip of her tongue. She doubted she would get to answers about her mother tonight, but she prepared several questions anyway, just in case. Back to Daniel. At the top of her list, she wanted answers to: who is he? Why does he feel so familiar? Why are his hugs so warm and effective at helping me think straight? After the food arrived, Lee ate from a lukewarm steak burrito bowl, while Daniel sat looking at the table. No one spoke. The silence provided the optimal environment for Jinhua to delve into the contents of the document reader she received in the study as she ate. The reader contained a summary document about an experiment Cereus conducted 17 years prior. Within 10 minutes, Jinhua had devoured the 25-page report and the entirety of a chicken burrito bowl with guacamole. "A digital twin?" she exclaimed. Her father nodded while crunching on a salsa chip. "Yes. In summary, his digital redundancies are the same as yours, except he was not born from a biological surrogate as you were." Jinhua looked confused. "So we're not related?" "No, not in the biological sense that you are used to." Phew, I almost thought I was like the Lannisters in that old show, Game of Thrones. "So how does it work?" In addition to conducting research into digigenomics, your grandfather and his associates were also interested in understanding if human consciousness could be manifested into inanimate machines. "So like a talking toaster?" Jinhua asked. Lee chuckled. "Something like that. This led to speculative experiments back in the 30s and 40s, around the same time major breakthroughs in digigenomics were occurring. Around the time I was born." Lee nodded, reaching into the brown bag for another chip. "Yes, human cyborg technology has existed for decades, but they weren't sentient. This is why several experiments were conducted in this field." He looked at Daniel, then at Jinhua. As you probably guessed, Daniel is a cyborg who was grown from a digital egg. Jinhua had already guessed that. "I figured it had to be something like that. But how are we connected?" "Daniel's digital redundancies mirror yours. So in a sense, you are both like two digital devices on the same network, able to communicate and talk to one another in a variety of different ways." Jinhua felt her pulse racing. "Like what kind of ways?" "I wish I could tell you. But as in your case, I'm not sure. We are still researching the interplay between digital and biological systems at play in organic humans. The research into the connection between biological humans with digital DNA and cyborgs with biological DNA is still scattered and has not come up with any conclusive theories." Daniel listened to the conversation without speaking, head swiveling. He had not uttered a word since they had left the study. Jinhua looked at him with curiosity. "A digital twin. Me." She allowed herself to ask another one of her dozens of burning questions. "Daniel, how did you know to come into the study?" He shook his head. I don't know. I guess I just sensed you were having a hard time. Then I went upstairs. Things were beginning to make sense now. At least one mystery will be solved tonight, Jinhua thought. So you, feel things, right? Like a human does? Daniel shrugged. I'm not sure if it's feeling or sensing. I just know what I need or want to do. Then I act. So you're like a software artificial intelligence with a physical form? Lee spoke up. He's more than software. His cyborg DNA contains thinking cells that have a biological redundancy. We are only sure that he has the capacity to execute and act on certain drives and executable command lines. We are not sure that this manifests in the kind of consciousness biological humans experience. After his explanation, he noted the look of confusion on his daughter's face. I don't follow. Example, please. Jinhua scolded herself internally for not being able to follow the logic. I must be sleepy. Just like we're not sure if certain animals experience consciousness in the way that we do, it is the same with Daniel. For example, does an animal like a chinchilla experience consciousness? Maybe, Jinhua said. Even if it did, how would it communicate that to you without knowledge of human speech? Lee challenged. Jinhua did not speak. She sat thinking about a talking chinchilla. The ridiculous image made her want to laugh and acted as an effective mnemonic device for her father's explanation. Now she understood, and she would never forget it. Lee gestured toward Daniel, bursting the thought bubble of the talking chinchilla that hovered over Jinhua's head. It's the same with Daniel. If he is experiencing consciousness, only he would be able to describe it to us. Just like we can only know the consciousness of another person through their thoughts and experience alone. Jinhua yawned. She found the discussion stimulating, but felt the cloud of uncertainty about herself descend over the table. Then there was her mother, and everything else she wanted to know about. Her mind wanted to know, but her body was shutting down. She needed to at least attempt to sleep. Daniel noticed the change in her mood and looked languid as a result. Her father looked like a walking zombie who might flop to the floor without the assistance of blunt force trauma to the head. Thanks for the explanation, Dad. But I think I'm gonna go to bed. Been a long day. I understand, Lee said. Jinhua pushed her chair out and stood. Daniel knew not to follow her. Before exiting the dining room, Lee asked for her attention. What he had to say had been brief, but was as heavy and important as all the other information she had learned about herself and her family throughout that day. It was the choice that kept her awake, lying in her bed, replaying all the events of the day for at least the 5th time. The decision to continue to live her life as she had been up to that point, or to become an active participant in her personal evolution was hard, but it was one that she alone had to make. So she lay there all night, comparing the pros and cons, thinking about her dad, Mom, and Daniel, thinking about the future.